twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know co-sign and no co-pilot. They pip-tiles, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Make a life for myself. make a life for myself.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna catch your vibe. I just wanna catch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
loading. Strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, I get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tender, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, not everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep your heart, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho.
Hello everyone and welcome to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. I'm Hazza, joined alongside Cairo, and we're back, mate. We are back.
Finally, a little bit of hiatus, Hazza. We've been here, there and everywhere. We've had new faces on the casting desk. Congratulations to Echo and Affinity yesterday, but yeah, I'm glad to finally have our chance to get in on the action.
Absolutely, mate. Look, it feels like some things have changed. We've got a new name, but much stays the same. Familiar faces that we'll be getting a look at as we go through 4 best of ones for you all today. Thoroughly looking forward to diving straight into it. And we can go ahead and take a more thematic look to kick things off. We have an overview of the Swiss stages and how that currently looks. As we know, it kicks off with best of ones. We move into the best of 3s for elimination and, of course, advancement as well, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their eyes on that playoffs because everybody wants to end up in EMEA Challengers where there is a guaranteed ascension spot on the line. That's where what everybody's playing for. Sure, there's more chances there's more percentage chance for certain teams, but hey, you never know, we could have a Cinderella run like we've had in previous splits.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it's all about. I think a few of these teams are going to be holding out hope that they can pave that golden road, because for teams such as Metasport that you're seeing on the list here of results yesterday, they need it more than others, like Enterprise, who of course won the previous Challengers EMEA tournament and on points should be looking pretty likely to make their way to Ascension. Of course, we saw some other games as well, Lag and TSE getting their opening wins. Anything really surprise you here at all, Caro, or not particularly?
Nothing particularly, to be honest, mate. The big thing for me is like, obviously with Enterprise and how they won the last Challenger split, I feel as if like there's a little bit more swagger about the roster. I don't know if that's just me like romanticising the last split, right? But I think that they have a newfound confidence, and I'm excited to see where that roster ends up in the progression throughout this split.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have 4 more games for you all today, though, and we can dive into those in just a moment. But let's have a look from top of the show. We've got ESC against Mania, Team Liquid Academy versus Easties, Formulation Gaming Boars, and Pixel Lumina 200. Full box 200, I should say, right? What do you make of these, Cairo?
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, Team Liquid Academy had a pretty decent lower Swiss after a fumble last split, right? So this is looking exciting for them. Hopefully they're back up to their usual form and can give Enterprise a challenge. ESC, I mean, we'll talk about them in a minute, but I'm excited to see some of these new rosters, some players that we've never seen before, some organisations that have never been this far either. So that's a little bit exciting to get into.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Boars playing later on. I think that's going to be a great game against Formulation. It's a rematch of a best of one that we had earlier in the Swiss stages as well. And the first time we get to see a full Ukrainian squad take to the server since, well, I mean, it wasn't even a full Ukrainian team, but like Bait a couple of years ago, right? It has really been some time since we've seen that kind of representation. So awesome to take a look at, of course. We're active on socials, as always, as we can now look towards the first of the games that we've got for today, and that is ESC Gaming versus Mania Cairo. We have plenty of returning faces in this one, and some which are just finally hitting the Upper Swiss stage for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about Mania first, to be honest, Hazza. I felt like I really loved this organisation. We always remember Zik, right, from the Who Cars roster way back when he played here. He decided to create his own organisation, create his own team, work his way through, and it's been years in the making, right, or a year or so, more than that, that he's been trying to fight his way up through, and he's done a pretty successful job finally, not only just getting into Northeast, but also with the fact that he was able to then go one step further, now in Upper Swiss, so he's guaranteed to be here for the next split of Northeast.
Yeah, I was going to knowledge check you there, but I'd almost forgotten about the Who Cars era. It was the Vamanos one that I was thinking more of.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I think that's the thing with these guys, right? Led by a coach who has that experience, was with Alliance before. The core, as it was formed, is Danish and has been together for over a year. When you look at it on the surface, it's been 547 days since they played that first official, and the remaining piece is obviously Furious. First name Furious, surname Meowers, you're well acquainted with. It is one of the few there, and to be honest, I think the thing that gets me most excited about this team before we move on and look at ESC is the fact that they've done it when they have, because I said at the beginning of Northeast, when we had the regions merge, when we moved to a slightly bigger league, that you were going to see a lot of teams qualify where they hadn't made it to this level before, and people would sort of celebrate it, right? You get into Lower Swiss, cool, you're in the door. But it's not the same kind of achievement as making Upper Swiss, that top cut, because we have moved to a bigger spread of teams now. You know, there is a bigger midfield, and that was always going to be the case. But the fact that they've still been able to achieve that goal and make it into what feels like a more elite group in some senses is definitely something to be proud of.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think, like, as soon as you get into a position where you can have that kind of knowledge check, that power check against an Enterprise or one of the playoffs teams from last split, like an like in ESC, sorry, they bombed out, but yeah, it's something different. And I mean, sure, it's not the same ESC roster that we saw last split, but we can talk about that in a moment.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to do. As you know, time is of the essence. ESC is next to go over Cairo, and it's a different roster, right? In fact, you just got to imagine that you know what Rex and Demo look like, because we've seen these guys before alongside some of the rest. Sunflower, I believe, joined HGE. It was in place of Serial when he departed. That was, you know, a while ago now, right?
Yeah.
Changes being made on their front. And yeah, like, it just talent from different places that they've picked up. It's another rebuild though on the surface, and that's the part that makes me struggle to sort of get excited for any ESC team that we get, any offerings that they give us, because everything does feel a little bit sort of temperamental, temporary.
Yeah, it does. It feels as if, like, any bad performances or a performance which they don't deem as enough, which at this point, right, they've reached top 4 and then blew up a roster, so a part of me feels like there is nothing that is better, like, you know what I mean? It has to be like top 2 or nothing for this organisation, which I can understand, right? You can have high expectations, but they're not giving these rosters time to actually go and build themselves up, give them a chance to grow and develop, and hey, listen, at the end of the day, that could be for many other reasons. We don't know what's happening within the roster. That's just us theorising. This one, on the surface level, there's some old talent that can help grow some new talent and move on from there. I mean, Rex and Demer have always shown us good performances. Sure, maybe they've been a little bit temperamental, as you said, but these two, for me, genuinely, I think are decent pickups, and I hope that they can prove that as we head into the server for the Upper Swiss.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dema broke the kill record for a final in Challengers Northeast in the first stage. Won it all with Liquid Academy when he was subbing in for Donatello, and looked damn good while doing it. Showed a lot of characteristics about a duelist which are hard to come by, especially at this level. Discipline, not over fighting at times when he didn't need to, and getting the absolute most out of his job. And for Rex, we know plenty about him. He was a mainstay in Challengers for many years. The issue was that team that he was part of, Human Tripwires, just never made that extra step to really jump up and make a playoff stage. So that's what this is all about. A bit of a revenge tour perhaps for him in a completely new team, looking to try and get that first best of one win.
Yeah, I think he's capable. I think this team are capable of like going and making a playoffs run, going that far. When you look at some of the other teams and how they're performing or what they look like, right? For instance, team like Liquid Academy, they had a bad split last year, or last couple of months ago. There's always that chance that they could fall on hard times. I mean, I don't know. As for Mania, it's probably the same thing. I think like a lot of these rosters to me seem like they have the capability to go and do it. It's just whether they can go and grab this opportunity by the horns. The only one that I would rule out of any possibility of beating would be Enterprise for the kind of reasons that I mentioned earlier in terms of that newfound swagger that they've got after winning that last split of Challengers EMEA.
And if there was any way to go ahead and do it, it would be with the guaranteed Ascension slot. And now look, that does feel like a very long way away, but it's Valorant. Anything can happen. And I think this is the thoughts and feelings that ESC will be having in those boardroom meetings, if you could even call it, way off in Germany, wherever it is, that just reset and have another crack at it. I think the roster which we saw made playoffs last time, the one with Link, the one with Brody, always going to be sort of a halfway house situation. They had places to be. Link temporarily out of retirement. We saw him come back. For Brody, that was sort of a brief stint in his playing career again when we knew that he wanted to get back to competing, but he had been coaching with Metasport up until that point in the first stage. And absolutely no reason not to just level and sort of go again. So in terms of then this series between the two teams, with some of the experience we've already spoken about, even players such as Yasiek, for example, who've shown what they can do in East up against Mania here. Cairo, where are you pitching these two against one another, and what maps are you potentially thinking that this ends up going to?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for us two, we need to speak about how the map pool has changed once again heading in towards this split. So there's always the possibility that we could see one of those new maps coming in, Corrode and Bind, obviously. We've also got to be looking at will they have any reps on it? What's the thought process going to be there? Corrode would always would be kind of like an underhand, I guess, like a little wool over the eyes, depending on priority. I know a lot of people are liking that. As for Bind, everybody should know it was in the map pool in the first split. So that's where my head's at. But as for the other maps, I mean, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. We've also seen Sunset come in fresh. You mentioned Corrode and Bind, but I think it's also important to mention that we didn't get a look at that. Last stage, right? It came in very late. It was played in Game Changers. We saw it at Masters as well. That was the debut for it. But in general, right, teams have really been steering away from it, not wanting to play that one too much, to be honest. It's kind of established itself in the meta already a little bit. Teams are liking to play a lot of Neon on there, and perhaps that's going to suit certain players, right? For either of these teams, it's something that they'll be thinking about. But your typical run-of-the-mill veto for what is a best of one as well probably is a little bit on the safe side. You go to a Haven, you go to a Lotus and Ascent, and to be honest, with Bind coming back in and it being in the game since the beta was launched, it always had a bit of familiarity about it. So I think there is an outside chance here that if both teams kind of want to float it, there is the possibility that we see it. And speak of the devil, there it is. That's the one that we're going to get. Such a late Corrode ban as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like that from both teams. So the fact that that's got that little bit of priority, the fact that it's getting so far in to the veto, I wanted to know is like when you look at the geometry of the map, a lot of people have been comparing that to Split. So perhaps that's the reason why, like fundamental heavy. But as for Bind, as you've already mentioned, many of the reasons why it could be here, the fact that it's been in since beta, the fact that it is so familiar. But both of these teams haven't played it in a goddamn long while. So as for what the agent select is going to look like, I put a big question mark over.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one thing I'm happy about is that we've abolished the Teho meta before we've gotten to this point, because Bind would have been disgusting with that guy, right? I think just like the amount of angles, as you said before, close corners to clear, post-plant would have been looking nasty. So not really anything to think about. Expecting, double controller, standard kind of stuff with regards to what the agents look like though, Kyra.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not much ingenuity that you can do, right? It's not like we've had like a new agent that could come in and change things up. Teo's well out of the meta, and Vise, I guess we kind of saw a little glimpse of what that could look like from T1 back in the day, like kind of towards the start of this year and how they wanted to play that. So yeah, like I think like realistically, probably looking at Geckos, I would like to see a double like that double controller with a Viper rather than a Cypher. But hey, I guess it's all about what you're comfortable on and what you can put forward.
Yeah, and just to back up what you were saying earlier in terms of when it was the last time that both of these teams played it, Mania have not shown it in the competition, but they did play it sort of 3 months ago at home in the Danish league. They played it 3 times against I can't say that, man. Esbegard Esport Hulen, something like that, right? And for ESC, it's a little bit more recent. Actually, I say recent. It's set up a Swiss. That was also 5 months ago, so it has been a while since we've seen it. But it was against EXO, and I think that was probably the clue I was looking for. Sorry, that it's not been played in a while. If EXO was your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking at what they played as well, like it was a Vice Deadlock double Senti. That's been that's an interesting one to be bringing forward. As for Mania, they played that double controller, so that's kind of the vibe we're going down. For me, ESC, completely different roster. We spoke about that. Their ideas might be completely different from what they force forward here. And when we have a look at it, no, it's the exact same thing as what they made. It's completely switched around.
Well, they've just sort of, traded comms.
Yeah, it seems to be. Unless maybe I've got my notes wrong. Maybe I've got my notes wrong.
I would argue that's probably fairly likely. But two very different meta reads here, Cairo, from each of the teams. And something interesting for me, I think, is the ESC initiator conversation and what they've gone for, because you've got both Sova and Gecko. Not too often that you see those two paired together. Yeah, exactly. Usually we typically see the Fade just because of how it works in terms of the clearing utility, right? Like Fade is a lot more fast-paced in terms of its clearing with a Prowler. Compare that to the one Sova drone, right? And the amount of close corners that you have to clear on Bind. That's probably a lot of the reason why that we see that those choices made. But I mean, Rex is much more comfortable on a Sova. We've seen him play it many a time. So yeah, I can understand why this would be brought out. He was even back on the Human Tripwires team that we mentioned earlier, that stint in his playing career when he was debuting the Gecko for the first time. So interesting that one has sort of flip-flopped between the two of them, and that's what it ends up being. And for Mania, I honestly prefer their composition. Double Sentinel is in a very strong position at the moment. I would agree. More specifically, Deadlock, I think. Sure, Vice had a couple of changes, but wasn't massively hit in terms of how prolonged her utility can be anyway, and yeah, you just have to make the absolute most of Deadlock's rechargeable net, honestly. So I think it's going to be a positive one. As we said before, very well coached with Zik in capable hands. He's been here in these leagues before. He has done it when it counts. So that's the question: can they do it when it counts here? Yeah, I do worry ever so slightly though, like in terms of the true stopping power that can be brought out. Like a lot of the double Senti with Vise and Deadlock is reactive rather than having information to react to, right? Sure that the Deadlock can fill an initiation gap and so can Vise, but is it truly going to be enough to clear those corners and be able to like sort things out? I'm sure ESC are very capable to work out what the limitations of their opponent
opponent's composition is, and what they can do to manipulate gaps. So that's where my head's at right now with the double Senti. The double controller, we know how good it can be in terms of like finding those gaps, right, and creating these lock timings, especially with a Viper utility, and what that can happen on the attack. So yeah, a lot of exciting things to be thinking about, a lot of question marks before we get into the server.
Well, look, the shirt may say feeling rough, but I'm feeling good. I'm excited to dive into this one, Cairo. We do have a little bit of a tech error before we can get things rolling. But just taking a look, even in the chat, we've got a lot of Mania fans, very well supported. I think they're excited to see the debut of them here in Upper Swiss. It's a map which we've not had for a couple of months on either side. When I saw 2025, I thought it may have been a little bit sooner, but yeah, made to wait even longer before we dive straight into this one.
Hey, listen, sometimes the best things come to those who wait, right?
Yeah, they do. I think maybe you should have paused a little bit before you started talking.
Oh my god, I started dying, man, just before we got into it. Maybe I won't get to see Mania. Maybe that's just that I've been cussed. I've been cussed.
We were talking about it earlier. It's very hot at the moment. I don't know what the weather's like in Denmark, but yeah, I think it would be kind of rough if you did just sort of pass out before we actually got into the game. So I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen.
No, that would be clip content. Could you imagine how many people would, how many followers would get on the league? Maybe we should just do it. Maybe we should just stage it. Like you just see me and then.
I don't want to give anyone a fright though. You know, if I was to.
You know, Bodog's loving this. He's like, oh man.
He is. Yeah, no, we take ourselves very seriously here, of course.
100%. 100%.
As I think, you know, production, can we just confirm what exactly the issue is that's being had right now? Because it's easier to sort of give a timescale, I think, when you say blood?
I missed that. No, that was not. It was HUD. It was HUD.
HUD. Oh my god, I'm seeing red, Cairo. We've not even started yet.
Mate, do you know what? It is the heat. I think you're having like a fever or something like that, mate. You're coming down with a. I don't even know. Is that a tankard? Have you got a blooming? Do you know what? You have 100% brought that out specifically for broadcast. So no. You can be like, look, guys, I have a tankard.
Not specifically, but yeah, no. It's one of my favorite purchases, honestly. You know, metal as well keeps it cool in the weather, but the music has amped up and so have my spirits. The pause is lifted and it's time for ESC Gaming versus Mania on Bind. Into the best of one we go, and while we were made to wait for the Danish debut, finally it's their chance to hit the server.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, Hazza, with ESC, it's another new roster and that creates question marks. It creates a little bit of ambiguity, and with ambiguity, that creates anxiety. And as we just get ready to go in, we've done a whole spiel to get in, and we're straight back. So how's everyone doing? We're back to asking. And do you know what, chat? I want to know, how are you guys dealing with the heat? Tell me.
It's a slow news day in the chat as well. It's dried up. The Mania sort of hype, it died off, unfortunately. I'm sure it's still sort of living in the vested in the spirits of the fans. But I felt like I'd nailed that intro as well. I didn't have anything written down. It was just off the dome. I was ready to go, you know, like a Beyblade.
I had my thing, like, you know, like I did the whole thing about like it's a new roster, like Upper Swiss, ambiguity creates anxiety, blah 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 blah.
Set
like,
the expectations.
Big words for me. I'd actually been reading the dictionary and then it's all blown away. It's blown to the wind.
Frustrating as ever. But we hope you're all holding on. You might have just enough time to go ahead and get yourself, you know, an ice cream, an ice lolly, something like that. Let's ask the serious questions now, Cairo. Ice lolly of choice. What do you got? I had a few in the fridge. So
I am one of two. I am either a mint cornetto or
a Magnum.
No, Solero, mate. I'm a Solero man.
Solero, okay. I got a couple of twisters. I'm a twister enjoyer. The green one, especially on the outside. I believe that's the pineapple flavor. Yeah, big fan of that one.
Did you ever like the one that my parents always used to buy us was like the fruit pastel ice lollies? You know, the big the rainbow one. It was super nice.
You had a bigger budget, I think. for your ice lolly. Yeah, well, no, you see, it's sort of branded, right? So
I guess, yeah. I mean, do you know what's underrated though, and a lot of people won't think of this one? A crunchy one with like popping candy and the chocolate, like that actually slaps.
No, they were good. Yeah, always find those in the freezers at your sort of local co-op or whatever. Fortunately, we do have a game on our hands now. Finally, something to talk about. That conversation very quickly devolved to the same kind of tone when you meet your girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend. You know what I mean?
Oh,
right?
interesting.
Like you know that kind of awkward sort of while they're in the toilet doing the makeup and you're sat awkwardly in the hall. But the analogy goes on no longer as the game has begun. 2 Sentinels on the B site. Cairo. Mania leaning towards A, and after ESC are blocked momentarily, they might just be thinking the same.
I mean, looking at the map, it's going to be really tough to get back into that B site, right? 100%. The deadlock's taking the information through Hookah with the Vice just holding on towards the back. But it feels like without that utility, if that goes, it could really collapse, right? It feels very paper thin like, and that's why we're starting to see the fade of SCT be pulled across, maybe just to do a little bit of mid-round and clear space out. But ESC are already starting to come back in.
Wondering if Gerby was going to re-peek that. Does just confirm that Sunflower is still orbiting this space. It's ill-advised to take that one on the chin, though. Contact piece prepared out of Garden, and Bjorn does find the first kill of the round. That's on the other side of the map. Showers player removed, Bali gone, no lurk. So everyone on ESC starts to look towards the site. Inside the tube, it's SCT to get one, but on the way back through, Kendo also good for another. Unfortunately, the crosshair does fall above where the HUD is as Kendo's managed to pick up another kill. This is looking like a 3 versus 1, Cairo.
I mean, it looks like it, but the numbers starting to dwindle a little bit. Yaziak finding himself a little pocket in which to work with, but can't get it to go his way, and that will be an easy defuse for
For Mania.
Maniac. I was going to say Maniac, but that's later on.
Maniac, yeah.
Maniac, yeah.
What a guy.
Slow Sunday.
Slow start as well. Really confusing me, having the HUD up for almost the entirety of the round. But in terms of how it was played, nice retake from Mania, and very well played from Kendo to be able to snag a couple kills back in that position, playing through elbow. No one watching for him, making that reprisal on the first or second count. So left unpunished, ESC go into the second round with just a couple of sheriffs.
Recovering it.
Towards Showers they head, and it's your favorite player, Furious Meow, on the other side.
See if he can make me scream like he did in the famous clip.
Make you scream, aye.
Yeah, well, you know me, I like to shout. I like to get excited about things. But yeah, see, I mean, I think like the priority right now seems to be like setting up towards short, going and re-clearing, but Bjorn is here with his sheriff. He got a kill last time with this.
Does have the right idea as to where Barley plays from, so it's 2 kills that he will collect, and the rest is looking like a clean sweep. ESC did pick up the orb in Showers, so at the very least they can start to build towards some ultimates, and as you see here, Yasiek really wouldn't mind a kill or 2, because that would have been the chance for the orbital strike, but misses out on it. It's Kendo again, and it's Mania with their second.
Yeah, Mania doing well, and you know what, as for starts, like your first start, Upper Swiss, they'll be happy with this, right? Best of ones, you get probably your best chance to maybe go and upset a big team rather than being in one of those elongated BO3s, so it's nice stuff already to come out with the pistol round to win. Defense as well, want to try and limit as many opportunities that this attack can find, and now we go back into the rifle round.
It's going to be an interesting conversation to continue later on as well, Cairo. You know, who are the big dogs in the competition right now?
Yeah.
ESC feeling like they should be in contention for that, at least with the way that this round has started. 2 peaks taken on the Mania side. The bonus round befits it, but there is punishment from the offense this time. It's only SCT still hovering towards B. It's locked down one of the lanes, and with Kendo moving up market as well, support isn't too far off.
No, that's not. But ESC continue to deal with everything that has been thrown their way. The last two do have Bulldogs, so there's a little bit of weaponry here in which to work with, firepower. But the other aspect of it is both players are disconnected, so it's just heads-up gunfights.
And Yasiek will win his. Just Kendo left remaining. The Bulldog, all that stands between Mania and conceding their bonus round. ESC's first rifle. And to get on the board here would be brilliant. You're looking at the bottom 3 players on the right-hand side of the screen, Demo, Bali, Yasiek, all with full shields. Money isn't great, so any chance to keep these weapons is exactly what the doctor ordered. And as Demo finds a triple kill to kick off round 3, ESC have done what they needed to, and then some.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other question, right? You're wondering when Demo was going to, like, show us the goods. I know it's only been 3 rounds in, but once he gets going, it's usually hard to stop him. A couple of orbs away from that showstopper, but most importantly, we've got the first ultimate up of the game. That will be Yasiek's Orbital Strike, the Brim ultimate. So whether that's used to clear out, whether that's used in post-plant, that's one to keep track of.
Also very quickly, the showstopper on Bjorn, just one off, and with the op in play, it's the fake smoke leg shot! Rex whittled down, finally finished off by Furious, but still they fall on the Mania side. And the numbers looking good for ESC on yet another round.
And now the deadlock being pulled across towards the A side to try and help support, but Furious going on a little bit of a walk, stretching his legs down short.
Seeing what it is exactly that he's able to find. Gerby does get spotted by the recon bolt of the drone. But this is a huge 1v1 in short, Cairo. Isolated, a chance for Meow to strike.
Yeah, and well, Meow could find that kill. That would be the ultimate offline as well, as it being 3 versus 3, but instead, no advantage towards the attack. Spike still not committed as the players are just worried about where the last two, the 2 double sentinels are.
And the most pertinent thing about this situation is, as long as Yasiek stays alive with Molly and his ult, he can drop deep to a different line of cover. Bali on this one from Showers, though, just makes the retake feel a little impossible.
That's it. I mean, first player peeks out. There's not even an arc rose to try and dice up the angles either, so it gets even harder for Kendo. And, well, knowing about Bali will take an easy peek. And that will be us all even.
Both rifle rounds converted by ESC. I really like this idea. Something from the strat book, Mania. Caught on the fly, perhaps even. Just the recall of the smoke, but when you don't hit that first shot on such a wide angle as well, it does surprise me a little bit that there was no further expectation for player numbers. The herd thinned out, the defense punished, as I said. Now on to an eco.
Well, the worst thing for Mania as well as we start to head through these rounds in ESC, start to gain a little bit of momentum on the attack is what we spoke about previously. It's those ultimates that start to come online. Demo now has theirs, as well as that operator, which they have made work on the attack many a time. And we'll be getting a much slower round from ESC just because they're scared of any plans that many have tried to cook up on this defense.
The stockpile of utility as well. The interesting thing to me is that we have seen the same setup a few rounds in a row now. Both Sentinels playing towards the B site.
Wondering both Sentinels always playing
see
together.
Some sort of a change, yeah.
Like, you know, like sometimes we can see like a little bit more of a wider pool. Obviously, like when we think of both Sentinels here, we spoke about it in the pre-match build-up. They don't really give that solid information. Sure, you can reclear with a Vise in terms of that arc rose, but it doesn't give you solid, actionable intel. And as the players start to come out here from ESC, both players need to be careful.
So Showstopper invested from the attack side. Demo drawing blurred yet again. Kendo inside the same smoke as he was before, and Valley just goes ahead and clears it out.
Oh, well, Bjorn has his Sheriff.
That's about all. Bully has not stopped with the op. 3 dropped in the round, and 3 on the board for ESC.
I love how Dema starts off with the open and they switch out when it comes to the site hit, and then Bali looks like the duelist with an operator, like the way that he's able to like just quickly flick around and make it work for him. It's excellent work. Defense now have a couple of ultimates of their own.
Yeah, the ultimate conversation is the one I was just about to bring up, because for ESC, it's 2 very strong tools in post-plant. The Hunter's Fury now available through those op kills.
Looks like there's a
Back to
play towards
Showers,
shot.
they're gonna go. Mania are playing on the front foot. Prowler goes on the left side, Showstopper on the other. But Sunflower to receive it takes no damage in the process. It's a Hunter's Fury chucked back in to try and re-clear that space from ESC. But still, no damage dealt.
Yeah, no tags, which is going to be really difficult. Trying to use the defensive Viper wall against the attack. Apologies. And Bjorn manages to get rid of Bali, but left SCT all on their own and short, and as they stand tall, they'll drop just as hard. Advantage for the attack, and still slowly scaling through this round.
Well, you know what they say, Cairo, the bigger they are, they do, in fact, fall harder. What can Furious do, though, to perhaps save the round? He has been spotted. Solo anchor again. Rex to remove him. Still 1 player left on site. Kendo, brilliant so far, but this needs to be his best yet.
It would have to be huge. I mean, if you want to invest in Steel Garden, it would be a way to equal things out, but it looks away the wrong time.
Just didn't expect that second player. And now Gerby's work is cut out for him. Contact to be taken in lamps, a peek off the back of it. It's Sunflower that goes down first, though, and with the net in play, it's a chance to trap both of these players. Thrash goes in, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, it's a win, the fact you're able to get that Thrash out, but from Rex, but in the grand scheme of things, there is a serious problem in this ESC defense. It's the fact, Mania defense. ESC are doing really well to just take it slow and force Mania to come and attack them, right? And that's where they're finding the punishes a lot of the time. Think of the last round, like watch where the blue X's lie. A lot of the time they're out with the sights, they're in shot, they're in showers, they're on long, and ESC are just therefore using that momentum to scale off the back of that. It's nothing too crazy in terms of game plans. They're not like doing map-wide macro, they're just playing it slowly, taking their time, and Mania are just kind of falling for it.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a change-up when it comes to Sentinels on the previous round. That was something we were talking about before, Cairo. I think Deadlock on this map, her best site is by default B, just because of the sonic sensor that you can place under Hookah. Unbreakable makes it really difficult to take that space. But in terms of how ESC are hitting the site, they're not that often splitting. Maybe they leave 1 player to go ahead and take the second lane. But we're seeing a lot of very isolated duels in areas, which it feels like Mania maybe aren't getting the best of.
Yeah.
While we have a moment here as well, you also mentioned Dema, someone who we had to be thinking about. It wasn't just when was he going to hit the server in this game, it was when were we going to see him back full stop after that grand final, because it was quite a while that he went teamless, so nice to see him on a project once more.
And it's not even that. I think something that really surprised me about Dem, I understand that like everybody has their own play styles and priorities in terms of who they want to pick up, but I couldn't believe that Demo never even got like picked up from another team in another league, right? Considering like who we've seen have struggles, and I mean honestly, like for a region now that like has very let's be honest, like the talent pool has really started to grow in terms of the young talent that we've had come through, but we've also had a lot of exports, like historically and also currently, right? We think of like Ticey and Creamy Dreamy who are now plying their trade off towards Stack. I mean, Lewis, who's been there for years, as well as Mystic, Hoodie, etc. We've never been able to capitalise, and actually I was worried there for a minute, because if Gerby was able to get that second kill, things would be so much more interesting. But instead, ESC looked to hit the site, and somehow we're down to 1 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Mania have put a serious dent in ESC here. Ults went traded. Yasiek without the molly or the orbital strike in post. Sunflower doesn't have any of the same to call upon. So they group up, 2 players in long. SCT given the full site at his disposal.
And there's
The
rifles to
utility
pick
belt
up.
to clear it out.
There's rifles to pick up here, which will help him in the fight.
It's not gonna. Oh, he's just gonna full stick it. No way. SCT. Sometimes you have to make a move as bold as that to pull off what looked like an untenable situation, but as it was written, it shall be 5-2 for ESC and 5 rounds consecutive now.
Yeah, the op being brought out by Bjorn once again. I mean, that was the last time that we seen Bjorn actually get a kill, was that play up short, getting him set up. Nearly got a collat for it as well. And it looks like Bjorn is maybe setting his sights towards showers.
As he has done a few times. Reveal goes in this time as well as the smoke recall. Wondering if ESC have read into what it is exactly Mania are doing. Another very direct approach.
Yeah, as them are furious. He's done it again! Another man who's able to shut down a push.
Last player standing.
And well, it's now all up to the Sova of Bali, who is very, very far out of this one. A fantastic effort. And well, so many to try and cut down in his line of sight. It will be 5-3.
The supportive Nightfall there as well from SCT is fantastic. Rewarded for his efforts with a kill to close out the round. But individual brilliance from Furious is what puts Mania back on the board. A timeout immediately called to challenge that from ESC. A bit of a momentum stopper more than anything else, I think.
Yeah, that it is. I don't want to put like a question mark on it, right? Like whatever. But I guess like it's your own choice. But yeah, I get a moment on the mic to talk to the players and maybe talk about that last round. But generally, I don't think that ESC did anything bad there. I think they just get caught off guard by one, the Nightfall, and two, the position. Right, it was just unlucky that both players managed to line up. I wonder if now ESC are going to start to call more of a pace change, because as we've been commenting a lot of the times, ESC have been playing slow.
Yeah, they have, but also showing that they are able to change up the tempo and go for some pacier hits if required. The previous round, not the best example, perhaps, of that kind of play. With Mania taking the early shower space, they felt pretty comfortable to just leave Bjorn there and focus their efforts towards the site itself. To this round, it's another buy for them, of course, still holding on to the ults, but Sunflower one away from the pit. Wondering if ESC will be looking to try and build off that as it's back to the defaults they go.
Yeah, I mean, Bjorn will need to be careful here. Obviously that smoke, he doesn't know what's behind him, the boombot clears that out, but the scaling is happening elsewhere, and Bali's done a good job at creating this question mark, as we're obviously supported by the smoke from the Brim, and that is forcing Mania to like use utility. That's a Prowler gone as well, as players are still dedicated towards that B side of the map.
Yes, he will be wondering where this operator is stationed. Don't have any guns to deal with the site hit themselves though, once Kendo has his way with things, but not until Gerby is lost back sight. A momentary pause made in the play, but ESC should be right back to business in just a moment. SCT in the meantime has gone to sight! The timing! The rifle came back up, but maybe the shorty would have done the job. SCT doesn't get punished. Kendo claims another. Two players from Lamp strengthening the Mania hold as they look to go back-to-back for rounds, and they will. Just one in it between the two teams now as 120 seconds or so of timeout between the teams doesn't look like it's helped.
Yeah, that's frustrating for ESC overall. Mania doing well when they were given the opportunities, when the mistakes were made, and they did well to capitalise on it. But I thought as soon as Gorby had been caught out, the deadlock utility going down, this would have been so easy for ESC to ramp up the pace. Unlucky in the end. I mean, the macro game was spot on, dealing with and creating question marks towards B to make sure that A was the weaker of the two. But in this round, it looks like we're back to plying the trade on the B site.
A few more of those, and ESC won't have any money left beneath them. Bjorn forced to bail, but Furious doesn't have access to the same kind of technology. Dema is bearing on down, and with 2 kills already delivered, it should be the round under wraps. Kendo's playing from offsite this time, retaking as his utility is placed elsewhere.
I think this is probably going to be the save with the operator in pocket. Bjorn doesn't want anything to do with it. Kendo respecting the position that they find themselves in. I mean, it's only really Gorby that's towards that 1k credits mark. But just don't want to be given any more ultimate orbs as we head closer in towards that second iteration of the ultimate economy. That's the one thing to note. And I feel as if as well, just to kind of talk about the broader aspect of the rounds and the kind of trends that we've been seeing, that B side feels so much more weaker than the A, and that's even with 3 players sitting there. Like, obviously, Mania trying to be a little bit more aggressive. That operator has been lost, which will be a big loss in the credits front. Well done to Rex for finding that. But the point I was trying to make there, Hazza, was more that I want to see something different from this 3 stack of players that are playing on the opposite side from the double Senti.
Yeah, Mania do feel like a bit of a one-trick pony when it comes to how they've been playing the Astra with the Nebulas and how they're looking to begin rounds, I should say specifically. Beyond that, it doesn't feel like there's a fleshed out plan and how they want to end them. You think to the first couple, it was a retake on B, a fast flood. They're trying to get bodies in backside on both sides of the map quickly, but not really giving themselves too much left to do it with. I guess that is one aspect to the Sentinels, right? You want to hold the B site because it's difficult to retake, and if you have to follow up on A, then you can.
I think the other aspect to it as well is that once you find one piece of Sentinel utility, or you see one agent towards the A side, like for instance this Fade shown presence through the Prowler, the precedent that's been created by Mania is that, hey guys, this is going to be where the 3 stack of players are, the Astra, the Raze and the Fade, so I think we should hit into this because there's going to be no Sentinel utility. And that's exactly what ESC have made the decision upon, as you see the players starting to scale closer and closer to the A site.
Time is a resource, and it's starting to run out for ESC here. Only just making their way into showers now after Furious put the smoke up in full. A temporary blockade, but still 3 players on site. 45 seconds or less as Dema finally makes his way to the entry point. The op is a missed shot and a warning, one which falls on deaf ears as Bjorn has his. It's starting to go Mania's way, and it only took a couple of kills. Time continuing to dwindle as Furious plants his feet. Shorty in for 2! Oh, it's a knife kill from Dema as well! All of a sudden, just 1 in it, and ESC have got the spike down.
ESC don't have backside control, so they're stuck in lamps, and both players need to play off one another, but there is utility to work with. There's one mosh, and there's a nade if they want to get players off the spike.
Moombot looking to try and do exactly that. The thrash comes up, but it's broken this time. Derby won't fall foul to the same kind of problem. But it looks like every man for himself with that op in play from Dema. Rex taking the peaks on through backside. Kendo supporting, and it's on to Dema. 1v3. 3 kills deep. On for the ace! And Dema destroys them in his wake.
An ace clutch from Dema. An unbelievable pickup. It was just him himself combined with Rex trying to bring it over the line. Kirby being so low just sets Demon up for a double spray down to grab the round. And ESC can count the lucky chickens because there's not going to be a whole lot left after that last round.
5 versus 2 situation, Cairo. A rude awakening for Mania. The debut BO1 not going as they would have hoped, and in this kind of situation, you don't have too many rounds to pick yourself up. Kirby has been spotted, flashing for Kendo to try and make a play on the other side, and he does win out. Bjorn through the TP with an ult kill, and Mania have numbers, not for the first round in a row. In fact, this time it's a 4 versus 2.
I'm no meteorologist, but I don't think lightning will strike twice here. Demo's no longer in the round. Rex is though, and we've seen how good he can be at setting other players up. Furious just playing a little far forward for my liking because they're all on their own.
Has to show a little bit of discipline here. Still protected, denies the spike, and even finds Rex behind it as well. Yasiak has so much work to do and his hands are busy. Kendo catches him. Just 2 rounds between the teams coming into the halftime break. Cairo feels like a fair conclusion after what we've seen so far.
Yep.
30 seconds.
And welcome back everyone to Valorant Northeast. It's day 2 of the Upper Swiss, where Mania are making their debut here at this stage of the tournament. ESC, they are making their debut with a new roster, and so far so good for ESC, has it? Well,
absolutely. Things look to get off to a good start, but 5 rounds in a row from ESC was a tough pill to swallow. They've got back up on their feet though, Mania. A pistol in the second half, as well as the first would sweeten the deal. Out onto A pretty quickly. Those smokes are not bulletproof, so straight through they go, but still backside control for the defense.
I mean, bulletproof smokes don't give Riot any ideas and don't give Mania the chance to win a pistol round. As they go 1 to the good here, Bally low, Yasiak coming in from showers, and this is going to be an easy escape here, but as for SCT on bench, I'm going to get cleared out, so we're back to a 2 versus 2. A little bit worrying in that aspect as ESC come back into the round a little bit. And Bally's still not taking any damage, but what we'll do now is Kendall looks to send this one home. Pistol round for Mania, another one, and this best of 1. And that's going to keep the good times rolling, I guess, and in a way being able to equal things out at 7 to 7. And I think something that ESC need to be careful of is allowing Mania that chance to set up in the post plan with a double sentinel composition. With that being said, we'll head into this round and maybe take a wider conversation at a point about generally about this matchup and what we have to expect considering yesterday's matches, right? And who's in the 1-0 bracket and who's in the 0-1 bracket when we look forward to this upper Swiss, right? Input lag enjoyers finding themselves 1-0 Enterprise Metasport. Twisted Saints as well, who like Miria and will recognise from their spot in that lower Swiss, right? And who they're going to be fighting through there. Kendall will find the first kill onto Rex, though, as it seems that ESC are trying to take fights, but not finding the results that they're looking for.
Standing ahead.
Obscuring vision.
That being said though, 3 players on the A side just gets a little bit more worrying, because with the smokes down, the players scaling out, at close quarters these pistols will have a little bit of bite to them.
Oh, they've already gotten started trying to chew through the Mania players, but they put ESC to the tenderizer themselves. Dema has recovered the Bulldog. Was dropped by SCT. One player peeled away from the rest of the pack, and in the hands of Dema could prove to be devastating. I mean, any damage here is good. Furious, the only player, sat above 1k right now, so these are going to be some expensive weapons to drop if he can find any more. But Kendo on the other side has managed to find the kill. And with plenty of rifles left in the remaining players' hands, no harm, no foul. 7-all.
Yeah. Exactly, mate. It's one of those ones you scale up, you try and get through. There's a little bit of, it gets a little bit tense, but overall, happy with that. Mania will be. And now it's about what they do next here to the rifle round, and what ESC can actually put forward in terms of the planning, right, and how they set up the round, because this is the first time we'll see them with the capabilities to back any plans. It's an interesting defensive wall that ESC are employing towards the A side as well.
Similar micro to what we'd seen from Mania. This is well executed. Smoke up as a bit of a fake, but instead they end up pushing through it. It's the Viper Wall on A, of course, and the Brim on B. Orbital Sky Smoke, I should say, goes up at just the right time towards Long as Hookah remains left open. Molly dropped at the feet of the sand for good measure, and as Rex sprays through those cardboard walls, Furious falls. And it's a 5 versus 3 in favor of ESC. They have not struggled to convert from these positions.
Well, they have not. Dema maybe takes a step too far as Kirby, sends him packing. More spam coming through, but with 40 seconds, we're seeing Mania feeling a little bit forced to get out on towards their site and get that spike down. 30 seconds, players dropping at the hands of Rex as he shows his experience on the server and puts ESC back ahead.
Things are very quickly turned into just a one-round game. 7-8, Mania now trail off the back of winning both pistol rounds and anti-eco conversions. May I all remind you at home who are just tuning into this best of one. So that's, you know, over half of their current round count. When the rifles are out, ESC have just looked that grade above, and with the op purchased for Bjorn, they're expecting aggression and they're going to receive it.
Oh, they are. Kendall, first in. First out, Yasiek. Still, the players have moved forward here. It's a little bit worrying if Mania don't deal with this properly, but both players are stuck in the corner, and you can see Mania starting to wrap round. This position a little bit suspect, as Demo's still in the corner. Rex found out, but they've not cleared them, and Demo's done so well to find 3 and bring it back to 2v2.
Not be getting away with that, but the fast blood backside is here, and Valley's arrived.
It's Bjorn. Oh no, it's a disaster. Can't hold it, can't control it. And it ends up with ESC doubling the lead.
Such deep information means that the rotate is swift for ESC to clean up the remainder of that round, but Dema gets away with murder from that corner.
Yeah.
A very expected position in that kind of situation for at least one, but not the second time around. You could see Mania doing the right things. 2 players pathing through Fountain, out long. That's multiple rounds now that we've seen from the defense where they've looked to put themselves on the front foot early, and this one, it appears no different. Both extremities, both orbs being vied for early.
Oh my god, what is happening here? ESC putting on the style now and piling on the pain as it continues to get lost. Sure, it's a equal round, but ESC make it look so easy. A surgical one from them.
Kendo has had flashes of brilliance in amongst the madness. Brought into this team, of course, surrounded by the Danes to help support. But yeah, Cairo, I have to say, right now, there is a bit of a class difference between these 2 teams, and it's not just reflected in the experience that ESC have, but the way the rounds are being played. Nothing is held back now. They are fully confident in their ability. Gubby's already scaled into showers with the ult. There are players pushing towards site. Ult's coming in, but do they get the value? Doesn't look like it.
Certainly doesn't. Oh, Jasiek once again gets that entry kill. It was the same as last round, and Dema looking for one more. As we're actually seeing the Steel Garden used, as well as the Orbital Strike. Ultimate's galore, but it's the classic of Bali. Who actually gets the kill? Although it will be up to Rex once again, and he's been good for flashes, but they'll need to show flashes of brilliance in this one.
Full utility belt from which to work, and that wingman on the spike could be the difference maker.
As an arc grows up high, Kendall can use that when needed. He's already spotted Rex, so that'll be used. Manages to get away from the flash, uses the Dizzy to clear backside, but knows it's up close. Here's the rifle. Wingman on the spike, but, well, they know exactly where each other are, SCT and Rex, and it's whoever who comes out on top that wins the round. Mania will be that team. We go one step closer.
Oh, but at what cost, Cairo? 3 ults we saw invested into the round. I believe, yeah, it was, no, it was 4 ults, sorry. A little bit fried there. 2 from Mania, 2 from ESC, so that's one benefit at the very least. Managed to get some back, but plenty of damage done.
That's the worrying aspect, right, as you start to head in towards these last couple of rounds. If we can start to really knock this attacker economy, where we can get a defensive Hunter's Fury here from Bali. Is that maybe a little bit short-sighted? Maybe not after that tag onto SCT so deep on the A side of things.
Bjorn has already moved up to fill this vacuum.
Yes, they need to be careful that they don't allow Mania to sit up in post, because that double Senti will be really hard to try and break down.
Not gotten to it just yet, though. Seeing the same Viper wall played again, it does allow for Sunflower to get in sight and stop players from having a safe plant. Looking to challenge the wall here as Bjorn's advanced position now can find great value. Holding onto the line from Triple. Just looking for the information on the other side. Does get it. Knows where Sunflower is, and the Thrash wrapped around on ESC's side will collect Bjorn. The next to follow it up is SCT. Wants to make sure that ult is not going to be recharged, but his death has actually greenlit it, I think.
It has. I mean, you've got to be careful of that late flank through showers.
Still fighting inside the smoke. Mania can barely get a look in here. ESC as the retake is happening. Demo again, and Sunflower as well when needed. Holds his sight with 3 kills picked up. ESC moving up to an 11th. This second half has been one-way traffic, Cairo, as it was at the beginning of the game as well. Mania loosening their grip in this opening Upper Swiss fixture.
Yeah,
and Bind is not looking too far away from being done now.
I think we're looking at a spot where, yeah, I was just about to say, where we're going to probably see Zik take his moment to talk to the players and see exactly what he wants to talk about here and change up, because for the most part, I mean, look at the round count. If you exclude the pistol round and anti-eco, when it comes to rifles, ESC are up 4-1 at the minute, and that is not what you want to see, because the majority of your half will be those rifle rounds, right? And on eco rounds that we're going to find Mania on like now, it's just going to allow ESC to scale through this half so much easier and find themselves at a winning opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. The Mania timeout was much needed in the first half, and even more so here, because they are staring down the barrel of an official defeat in Upper Swiss. ESC are no mugs, and I think they're one of the names that should be challenging for playoffs when you look at it on paper.
Yeah, I would agree
Coming
with
out of Lower Swiss as well, you know, we had more teams move up this time because a few, such as Sweet and Sour, had to dip out, but gives you more chances. This is one which feels like it has to stick, and it certainly does. Sunflower delivers a bullet to Bjorn.
And that's the thing about ESC, they've been given the chance for individual brilliance, but it's the fact that it's not just one player, it's everybody chipping in time and time again. And that's where it gives me hope for this roster as a whole. The fact that there is players that can pop up here, there, everywhere. And that's for Mania. I mean, this was your chance to prove yourself in the Upper Swiss against a team that's been here many a time before, against players who have been in playoffs, who've been in grand finals. So far, it's left a lot to be desired.
Smoke's down.
No, experience is a word which we throw around loosely at the best of times, but rounds like this already a demonstration. Molly coming in from Jasiek, nothing getting past him right now. And with Rex there to support, it's exactly what ESC needed. To go back on what I was saying as well, it's just stuff like, how are we approaching the round when we know it's Sheriffs? Yeah. We've got Sunflower on an off angle in showers, taking a peek on a timing. We've got Rex holding an off angle to take info on long. No one on Mania is going to be able to pre-fire and get that cheap kill that you really want from the 800 credit sidearm.
Yeah.
And now coming into the rifle round, it is just the showstopper to try and build off.
I mean, we've even got a judging play from Bjorn as well. Something a little bit cheeky. I mean, if you can get yourself over trucked, maybe in towards lamps, you can't really catch players off. But Demo, you look at him, he's using the outlaw. He's not got anything that's too crazy. That showstopper's been stopped already by Sunflower's position.
It just feels a little too readable. Sunflower's position, though, is entirely overlooked. And that's where he will sink the killing blow. Another triple kill. Both controllers have done exactly what was required of them on following rifle rounds. Mania just can't find a way to pick one up. They're going to have to soon, though, dust themselves down, because ESC have taken the first best of one of Upper Swiss that they played. 13-8 on Bind. Hadn't seen the map from either team in quite a while, but when we finally did, it was one to forget for the Danes.
Yeah, it was. I mean, some hope there in terms of like the ideas that they're putting forward. I liked exactly what they wanted to do, but I think it was quite rudimentary in the grand scheme of things, because there's so much more that needed to be implemented, a little bit more diverse diversity, and in the grand scheme of things, just became readable for ESC, especially when you have players like Rex and Dema, who, again, as we've said before, have played against the best of the best, even in Challengers EMEA, for instance.
Once that ball got rolling, didn't feel like there was going to be much to stop it. Dema putting on a vintage performance here. The ace, just one of a few highlights which he ended up walking away with, but everyone on ESC had their moment. You can see in the highlight package, Yasiek a couple of rounds, Sunflower towards A as well, and that's how it'll end, 13-8. Half of the rounds Mania winning, coming from the initial exchanges at the beginning of both halves. I think we need to see a real development continue for this team, because that's what they've been good at up until this point, right? Yeah. Having to reinvent the roster a couple of times, flesh out the strat book. Did feel a little bit one-dimensional on this map though. Interested to see how much deeper it goes when the rest of the map pool opens up, and for them, hopefully, it won't be in an elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exciting thing for me as well, is like when we get to those best of threes, what's it going to look like? I mean, we saw 2 best of threes last time from Mania as well, so obviously maybe they're just a little bit more comfortable in that aspect. Who knows, right? Like, realistically, they know their own limitations, and whether this is them going for that deep playoffs run, or whether this is them like testing their mettle, seeing exactly where they are as a roster, and it'll be at the very least a learning experience, right? They know that they're going to be in this we're going to be in Val League NE for quite some time in terms of like next split, and then obviously off season and what happens there. So a lot of benefits to come out of that, and yeah, a little bit of excitement for the Danes. Still not completely out of the tournament, still get another life or two to work with, but I mean, those lives can be fleeting and they can go pretty quickly, so they need to be careful about their position.
Yeah, and just as a diagnostics check, really, I think there are plenty of takeaways that you can bring from just one best of one here. And at the end of the day, it's just a map. You know, it's not the end of the world. They'll have to play through a best of 3 at some point in the competition. And that makes you wonder, what does the map pool look like? Is Bind too high up there? And to sort of stop talking about them for a while, because I think there is a sort of fan favorite element to this team. For ESC, it's exactly the kind of result that you want to see from them, because at times it was damning. You know, you win that many rifle rounds, such a high percentage of them. The question on my mind will be, is it replicable, or is it just, you know, the individuals having their moments when required, or is the system really facilitating that?
I mean, that's what we need to see, right? What happens in terms of this ESC? Where is their limits? Where is their ceiling? Is it going to be a playoffs run that we're expected for? But enough about that, Hazza. We have another game coming up.
That we do. It's the return of Team Liquid Academy. They're going to be facing Easties in their first best of one that we end up seeing. A team which had to end up, you know, going ahead and playing through Lower Swiss again. We heard it from Cupid right at the start of the year. He was really hoping that they could have played Lowers in the first stage, that they got those extra reps to really build up the team. His wish was granted. Unfortunately, that came at the expense of them making it to playoffs, but they're back this time with a vengeance. They're in Upper Swiss, and hopefully we'll get to see the best from them again.
That we will, mate, that we will, and I'm hoping that we get to see the goods. I mean, a strong Team Liquid Academy is good for the league in terms of showing competition for your enterprises, etc. So yeah, I'm happy to see them finally back to form.
Yeah, for an academy team as well, and it's up against Easties that they're going to be facing. Another of our free agent teams, which we have a Czech mix to potentially make things interesting for us. Honestly, I'm looking forward to casting these guys. I personally don't recognize many of the names here just off the surface, right, in terms of players that we've actually seen competing. So a debut for them at this level of competition is always something to get excited about, but beating the champions of stage 1 is in a completely different ballpark. So we're going to head over to a short break, but when we return, we will have this game ready for you. Another best of 1, so don't go anywhere.
Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot push pushed on the pedal. Moved through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Moved through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. It's the second best of one of the day. We have just seen our opening game, our debut for Mania against ESC, and it's not the one that they would have been hoping for. A new team, fresh faces at this level, and the same can be said for our second matchup. Easties taking on your Stage 1 champs. They come in the form of Team Liquid Academy. Cairo, how do we rank their chances of pulling off something surprising here?
Yeah, I think you've already set it up, right? It would have to be surprising. It would have to be a great performance all in for anything like that to kind of come to fruition. I feel as if Team Liquid Academy have been given the runway that they wanted, right, in terms of having to go into the lower Swiss and fight their way back up. Already 3-0, already good results. And I feel as if they're back to winning ways. So for Easties, a newly kind of debut team here in the Upper Swiss, I do worry for them slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense too, right? It's a core that has been playing together for quite a while now. You know, it's sort of been about a year exactly to this point, getting into Upper Swiss against Team Liquid Academy. But as you put it, that is the road, that is the way which Team Liquid Academy like to play. If you remember the context surrounding that Stage 1 win, it was a 2-2 advancement game, which they ended up winning in Uppers to make it into the playoff stage in the first place, and they were the underdogs, but they just kept on winning game by game. That's how they did it, and that's how they were able to build up and accrue for themselves the kind of confidence that you need to take on some of the more established names like Enterprise in that ultimate best of five lower final, which then set them up for the grand final, which they played against Shakmat.
Yeah, exactly. Donatello, GSR, Rex, Ninja and Cooper, an unchanged roster from split to split. I mean, obviously we had Demer who subbed in, and you know the Team Liquid Academy, they spoke about the fact that they'd actually trialled some of their academy players as well, and for the main roster when there was options to change players around. So it shows you that this academy prospect is something that the main roster are taking note of, and they made a comment about the fact that, like, hey, we had a serious look at Ninja, and we felt as if he just wasn't ready yet. But hey, who knows, in the future he could definitely be a prospect that not only Team Liquid are looking at, but maybe other VCT teams as well.
Hey man, look, maybe Ninja was the right choice. Maybe he was the right choice after all, because as we know, Liquid have been prone to making changes, but that's what the academy system is all about, right? You are planning yourself a future. We've seen the positives that it can have. I mean, for any team, really, every single academy project that we've had so far has been successful enough to go ahead and make it to their respective challenges EMEA tournament at some point. We had Koi Phoenix make top 3 the previous event, and that's a team which has already been picked for parts, not just by their VCT roster, but Olazera joining Apex as well. So that's the kind of credentials which this team has surrounding them. For Easties, on the other hand, you go back and look at their results so far, quite a few repeat matchups. They played Extreme Gaming a couple of times, Boars as well, some names that we do have here in Upper Swiss, Twisted Saints, Metasport, but out of all of those, the only team that they ended up getting a win against was Metasport and, well, Extreme Gaming as well, but they are a little bit lower down the rankings in my estimations when you compare them.
Yeah, exactly. One of these is not like the others, right? And I think as well, Team Liquid Academy is going to be another level above, right? From your Metasports or anything like this. This is a team who have won a split, right? The credibility, and not only that, the length of time that this roster has been together. You've got to think that this is like a team who will know how each other works inside and out. They'll have a system well set up by a player like Bacon, and I know I'm again speaking about Team Liquid Academy Academy, but for Easties, the context is relevant. We will be heading to Ascent, and the point that I was getting to, Hazza, once the maps were showing up, was that fundamentally, Team Liquid will probably be the most sound team you go up against, and playing on a map like Ascent, sure, you're going to feel comfortable on it, but I'll tell you something, so will Team Liquid, and by God, if you're not on it today, they will punish you.
Yeah, look, if there was anywhere to go ahead and beat Liquid Academy, it would be here on Ascent, I think. They've only ever shown it once before in an official. That was against TSE, a 13-5 win for them in Lower Swiss. That was the 2-0 game. But I have to say, Cairo, yeah, sure, they have that win, they have those credentials behind them, as I already said, but it's Ascent, right? This is the kind of map that you want to be playing. It's been around for ages in the pool. I think part of you're thinking if it's very fundamental, that's going to work well for Liquid Academy. But if you remember, they're not that kind of team. Sure, they are very good at playing off one another. They're set up very well with experienced coaching staff. Yeah. But they do like to play quite puggy for their individuals. And perhaps that is the aspect which kind of leans into them being more favorable here. It could also be their undoing. It really depends what version of Easties we get.
Yeah, it depends what Easties we get. I guess it depends to an extent what Team Liquid we get, but I honestly, like, from the reaction from that split 2 disaster class, is that I feel as if Team Liquid as a whole, the Academy team, would have went away, would have had a look at everything that they wanted to change and how they wanted to move forward as a roster. And right now, we look at what they're bringing forward, double duelist, as well as changing into the Vise and the Sova. This is going to be a bit of an interesting composition that Liquid are pushing forward here.
Yeah, I don't mind the Yoru for either team, in fact, because I think, you know, he has a vast skill set. The utility is great. I'm looking at specifically on defense, GSR getting in aggressive positions on extremities, giving control to his team and affording bigger rotations for them. And the Waylay, now that is a little bit of an outside choice, and I don't know if I have the same kind of belief Docs. It's Donatello playing it, always someone who's been a little risk averse at the best of times, likes to get up in your face, and on the defense, to kick things off, you can already see Liquid Academy starting to group up around towards middle. Easties on the chopping block, or so it would appear. But Liquid Academy themselves know what it's like to be an underdog. Can they take one down in their opening BO1 for Upper Swiss?
Double duelists versus double sentinel. It's going to be tough to break that down. As Easties start on the attack, they need to be able to deal with any aggression coming through. So it looks like it's a brawl about to ensue through the smoke. It's Team Liquid who come out ahead, though. One player better than Easties.
Yeah, the players from Short force the hand of Hazard. Has to get onto the B site nice and early, but the spike takes a detour. Cupid catches him in transition, meaning Enric is all that stands between ECs and a pistol round loss. It looked like a decent start to the 1v3, but GSR arrives just on time to get Liquid Academy on the board.
I like the fact that GSR is on the duelist as well. That was a player who everybody highlighted as like the big star on Team Liquid Academy, right? One for the future to keep a note of. And obviously with his capabilities in the fragging department, it's nice to see him being put in that position, right? As well as also having that kit to support his team, although for this round, he doesn't have any flashes.
We did see it from him in stage 1.
Yeah.
But that Yoru performance was conveniently forgotten. It was not the best, to put it lightly. And Donatello here does get caught in the net, but is able to light speed his way out of trouble. And Cupid there to comfortably support. Easties at the very least have A main orb control. Aramaze still holding onto the B side, and that's where they should be looking to load up the next.
Yeah, understandable. Sometimes you've got to find your priorities, I guess your conditions for rounds, which you can set as like, hey guys, like we've met what we wanted to get, we've got our orbs, move forward. Sometimes that's just what you've got to do. Make yourself scale up better in the the ecos find ways in which to work with, and I guess when you look at where the ops are positioned, more towards the attackers in terms of accessibility.
Nice to see Liquid grow into the tournament here as well on the other side, and I mean a clean win on Ascend would be a great way to start off the best of ones. It was a difficulty for them before. Cupid sort of saying, you know, we couldn't practice as usual. The kids had exams. They embarrassed themselves, in his words. To keep this one clean is exactly what is required. GSR and Rex doing what is needed of them. It's flawless, in fact. Cupid, the only one who keeps the light shields. Everyone else takes a bit of damage, but it matters not. Bulldogs in the hands, ready for this bonus.
I think as well, like, speaking about how you, just to quickly note on what you were speaking as well, Hazza, in terms of, like, Team Liquid Academy feeling as if they've embarrassed themselves. Like, for them, they can't qualify to Ascension, but they'll have a lot of unresolved demons in that Challengers EMEA tournament as well, because they never got out of the group stage, they never performed well there either. So that's something else that they'll have at the back of their minds to go and prove people wrong. As for now, quick A main pop is looking to be aggressive here. It's Donatello who has the refract if it's needed, and he will pick it up.
Chooses to use it, elects for a sound cue, keeps Easties engaged. Shaman has managed to find the wine space. There's a sonic sensor placed there. They will bookmark that one for later. And so it's onto a mid re-clear for the attack as they look to be grouping up 4-1, potentially inclined towards this A push later in the round, wanting to fake a little bit of pressure first. That's where GSR and his TP can find maximum value.
I really like this, you know, going and creating a little pressure in market, keeping players towards that B side, also forcing the TP out of GSR, and now they can quickly pivot into this short play after Luciolo being deposited in that deep market position.
Also closed the door as well, so they're starting to drop back to deeper cover. They have the support, off angle played by Donatello, but he's aware of the presence on short, and GSR follows it up quite nicely. Liquid holding onto the space, finally Shaman emerging from main but deleted. 2-on-2 in the retake, but the spike is still not planted.
Alright, we'll go down now. At the same time, you look at Rex in the position he's found himself in, all the way towards short at the other side of that wall. So now, Ninja needs to be careful that he doesn't give himself up, and it allows Rex to be played in.
Recon should clear the majority of the site here. It'll bounce and oh no, land right next to Rex. That's no use. Two players grouped up in hell, responsible for different angles. The first to take contact should be Luki, but it's going to gang up with Aramais in the corner, and the plant is just terrible for them in this position. The cage is there for the cross. Liquid still none the wiser. Aramais with a third on the round, needs more. Not able to do it. Ninja means that the bonus is in safe hands. Liquid Academy move on to the next with little trouble.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't actually hate how that round is played out, right? If you look at the way Easties play it, generally, like moving through the map, the pressure pockets and the question marks that were created, but I feel as if they just didn't capitalise on it to the max and allowed Team Liquid Academy to just sit on the A side, and they were just trading all the way down from an advantage, and yeah, it's just a really tough one to lose, and I think as well, how well called it is, it'll feel even harder.
For sure. A clear idea of how they wanted to approach it. Liquid grouping up in mid here to try and take that fight themselves. Cupid on the other side, having an idea of this being the approach he wants to make. And, you know, the comp is really good for it, the Waylay. You can get quite aggressive into spaces which usually favor the opposition and refract away. Some changes were made to that ability for her as well recently. Quality of life, perhaps, it's a little bit cleaner, it's quicker. Coming back out as well, as GSR has picked off the first of the players. The pack is in A main though. And well, the fake Yoru clone, it's not exactly going to help because the wall's been put up and there's even more time for the defenders to rotate.
Is buying them more time, but the rest of the utility comes through it, and for the most part, Team Liquid's position's pretty far back, right? They want to be careful in case the Hunter's Fury comes in, they get caught off guard. So now the retake will come in as a 5.
I've lost one of the Sentinels, but has been able to put up both sensors, still has the barrier mesh, and this is an awkward plant. Donatello is forced to empty his clip to try and delete it there, and he's into one of them. He's been caught, stunned up. Cupid on the reprisal. Only 8 bullets left in his own Phantom, chewing through the offensive tools laid in his wake. He clears the corner for the first and finds the second two. Cupid in a clutch. A safe pair of hands.
Oh man, I mean, Cupid has had his criticisms, right? He has been criticised time and time again about why he's been in this IGL spot, and he shows it right there, right then, in terms of the plan that was created. But the one thing I do want to note about Easties, Hazza, is they've shown what happens when they get into that post plan. When they get into a position where they feel comfortable and they have time to set up. Team Liquid Academy need to be careful moving forward. This round, they've introduced the op, so that's the other aspect that we need to be careful of.
No, you're right. They have shown what happens. They lose the round. It's 4 in a row. Liquid Academy looking comfortable right now. But jokes aside, the threat is there. It's not an empty one. It's just unfortunate how some of these rounds have concluded for them. No one in position to defend the utility, break the clone, but the Vice Wall has moved. It's towards short this time. Full focus can be put on main, and from another annoying angle, it's a one and done. Liquid Academy with numbers into the retake. That's something else important to mention about how these rounds have been ending.
It's really unfortunate. As the players now begin to surround the site once more, constrict, contract, try and stop Easties having any sort of air, but Shimon, he's pushed the smoke. He's been traded out low, and it's given GSR the ultimate to go and clear out where players' positions are. The paranoia to play off the back of it as well. The utility combinations, they're making it look easy. As now Aramis has to try and give us something, but the life is slowly being sucked out of this attack as Team Liquid Academy are looking to put on a show.
Yeah, one round at a time. It's rounds like that, though, where you see the added benefit that the Yoru brings as additional initiator, honestly, in that position. The flashes, the ult for the info, the clearance of the site, and Cupid with his paranoia to combine as well. We've seen a couple of demonstrations from him already at what his skills are, what he brings to the table, other than just the calling. It is that utility usage. It's, you know, his clutch ability as well. The op in the hands of GSR, he can be here, there, and everywhere. It's mid on this round, and already he has his first.
He does. These sheriffs probably won't be up to much, especially when you have those long lines of sight. I know everybody feels like they can challenge the up with a sheriff, but let's be so real here.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen you do it. I have seen you do it.
Yeah, but there's a difference between these MO/Radiant players and me and my plat games, you know?
I'm glad that you finally come to that realization. Sometimes I feel like you think you're him, but Rex definitely is.
Yeah.
The spike has been felled at the bottom of the garden.
I think for now, for Easties, like this is a really tough introduction to the upper Swiss, right? This is like a, hey guys, welcome to the club, and like here's your initiation. You're playing against Team Liquid Academy, right? Ooh. Nice shot from Shimon, but overall, it's 6-0. We're going to need a timeout. We're going to need a little break to talk about things, because we don't want that. Like, we understand that Ascent can have a little bit of defender bias, but also on top of that, the fact that the double Senti is going to have a tough attacking start. But with that being said, we don't want this to get out of hand. We don't want Team Liquid Academy to end up 10-2 or better, because a pistol round could put you on notice for losing this best of one.
It's Jada in the coach slot, previously head coach a few different teams. Karma in Game Changers, name you perhaps haven't heard for a long while. Chippy Chappers, more notably, and more recently GNG Esports, the Tunisian club in MENA, NAL. And surprisingly, Beast Mode plays for them now. I feel like he's played for everybody. I mean, he was playing for ESC at the start.
Yeah.
I digress, of course. I think, 6 rounds, you give it a bit of time, let Easties play their own game. But now you've got to say something, because the end of that last round, Shimon backed into the corner, kind of makes you... It's like a microcosm for the whole thing. Doesn't feel like they're playing with confidence anymore.
No, I would agree with that. I think, like, as well, when we think to how Easties started the game, and you were sitting there like, oh, do you know what? Like, this actually looks good. Like, the plan creation, how they want to play throughout the map, they look well coached. They look as if they have an idea of how they want to play the map. But the unfortunate thing is when it's coming to the gunfights, they just, I'm not saying they're outskilled, because I don't believe that would be the case, but I do feel like a Team Liquid Academy at every opportunity always just set themselves up, and they just look better and these like they just look better quality in these gunfights.
Dimensional drift in from Luki, clears out all of A main, but doesn't really get to working on the site. Has managed to bypass GSR, but the information just doesn't follow back up to the rest of the team, so he gets away for one scot-free. Alt heading back in fact, the woodwork, everything thrown at Easties. 3 ults, but Liquid Academy are happy to invest because they have them. They've been building them up over the last 6, and this will be number 7.
Ooh. Okay. Is there a chance to come back into this? I mean, there's 3 players looking at short right now. But yeah, I mean, when you're in a position, right, maybe it was a little bit too much, but the point I wanted to get to, Hazza, was more the fact that, like, I mean, you know the attack buys on the ropes. They're keeping the attack money as humble as possible. So why not use that extra little bit of power that you have in your back pocket? Disagree with all 3, but hey, listen, who am I to judge?
10 seconds left.
Ooh, RMI still feels this is winnable. He gives it a damn good go. Those weapons aren't free on the Liquid Academy side either, of course. A couple of these rounds have been cut fairly fine, but no post-plant this time. Very well held on short from Cupid, as it's not too often you see him near the top of the scoreboard, I think it's fair to say, but he has been chipping in little and often.
Still another
this is what the timeout would have been about, though, right? This round, number 8, when the guns are available and a couple of ults not too far off either.
Yeah, this is where we've got to see, like, oh wow, it was just paranoia through A main, stop players getting out. So that's a big tool already used up by Team Liquid, as they try to hold on towards that space with Cupid alone and the rest of the bodies elsewhere on the map.
Oh! And Ninja's the one that ends up going down from the spam there, as Donatello's forced to bail. Still healthy himself, and with the refract available, there's a chance for a re-clear. As Liquid Academy's monopoly on this map control is starting to dwindle, Cairo. They've lost their wall towards short, so they've got to invest player numbers here. Rex has moved back over towards the B site, which is yet to be threatened, really, by Easties, but they're going to give it a go here, and it feels like the right call.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think, Team Liquid Academy this full time have had A-side control, so they have the information that they need. They're seeing nothing in mid, so the easy gamble is towards B.
The bounce on the shock bolt means that the Thorns can just flood out onto the site. Still, Easties yet to make the jump, and Cupid has TP'd behind them, tried to catch them off. Rex playing from the boathouse now is his chance to shine, and oh, he's already done it. 2 kills found. Cupid strikes. The neural theft coming in a little too late for my liking. Still a 2-on-2, still recoverable for Easties. But it's Shimon solo on the site. Aramice playing from boathouse now. His chance to put on the cape. A 1v1. Another clutch for Cupid. Pathing round the corner, the crosshair lays dormant as Cupid catches Aramais by surprise and continues the streak. 8 unanswered.
I mean, Rex's position right at the back of Boathouse, the fact that he's able to not get caught off guard, like in his head, and prioritise the danger in front of him, it is unbelievable. He does so well. The flank activated by Cupid as well. And the general read that they have on the round is just spot on right here. Like you see, Aramais tries to distract. Well, I mean, you set up the next player to come and take that fight, but it's the prioritization of targets that he does so well on. Still one last buy for Easties here as they try to deny 9, but after that, they're not going to have much left in that back pocket.
Oh, GSR continuing as he means to go on. It's a missed shot on the second chance. So Luki has restored order and reclaimed space for Easties. More than anything else, Liquid Academy haven't been very proactive on A, but it's the thought that counts. Easties locked into tiles. Very static.
I mean, it felt as if they were going to reroute, but they're lingering here, B main. Utility there still to work with for the Vise as Ninja's holding on for the dart to be sent their way. And as it comes through, the players are ready and the information there.
Oh, but Rex just gets a double like that. It's instant, click of the fingers, and it all goes dark. Quad kill in the end. 9 for Liquid Academy. And while the Eastie boys may have fought for their right to make it to Upper Swiss, now they've got to prove to us that they aren't just here to make up the numbers, Cairo. It's not looking good.
Yeah, I don't think that, I don't want to put that disrespect on their name, has about making up numbers. They've fought well to get to this position, right? And not only that, they've shown us the qualities that they do have. I just feel as if they are in a position right now against a much better opponent, right? Like, this is where Easties want to be in a few splits time. Sure, they've shown up when it counts in the lower Swiss, but for now, we've got to be looking at what can they show us in terms of the future.
Oh.
GSR. Hello?
Yeah, Aramais just shoots him and he disappears into thin air. Wonder if this Cypher has any more tricks in his hat. Doesn't look like it. Liquid just knock on the door, let him know they're there. Donatello is the one forced to get his elbows out, but you can already see the writing is on the wall, and it's written with Hazard's blood. Cupid the next queuing up as Liquid are 4 players strong in heaven, ready for the retake.
I mean, they're all ready, they're all on the mark. Ready to fight when needed. And it's the fact that Team Liquid Academy are just so good at creating their plans and coming up with stuff on the mark. Time is ticking away though, and that Hunter's Fury will buy even more time for Easties to try and get this one over the line.
Yeah, that clock is running down and it starts to become a serious problem. Steel Garden comes in, but there's only Sheriffs on the board anyway. Enric does get one
enemy
keeping
remaining.
Liquid Academy honest. It's Aramais out of his own cage, flooding to the left side. He's caught by Ninja and it's good night. Double digits, and Easties denied at the door yet again. They just can't cross the threshold. That first round, as soon as they break the ice, you feel like maybe there's a couple more in store for them, but right now, Cairo, they just can't get the monkey off their back.
No, they can't. I doubt that they will. I really don't want this to be a 13-0 because I feel as if this team shouldn't be just given that right off the bat, right? That's a really tough loss to try and reset from during your campaign, future. There'll be a much similar level to Easties and future games. Just right now, they are being outclassed by a roster which you've got to think have something to prove in this split.
Quick 1-for-1 in A main to start. Donatello getting active again with GSR, both of them wreaking havoc. We were saying it at the start, you know, if Liquid play their confident game and they're allowed to just push and take their ones, they're gonna win them. He's cooped up in B right now, but just look at the rotation. It's all 5 or 4 players on the Liquid Academy side who are ready for this one immediately.
Yeah, they are. The only problem is, though, is they're giving ones out to Easties and a player to the good into the post plant with both sentinels up. That's going to be tough, but they need to clear the site, and they don't, because GSR's still there. He's TP'd out for free, playing in Rex, who gets one of his own and brings us back to 2v2.
Both Liquid players working on the mesh, but it matters not. All the narrow mace now. Funneling bullets back into the gun. GSR has the line. He's looking for a duel to make this even. But Liquid freeze and give him nothing.
Peeks out into GSR's crosshairs. Sure, GSR was probably one bullet away from Death's Doors put on notice. But with that being said, we hit 11, and I feel as if Easties have now also been put on notice because a pistol round win followed by an anti-eco, and that will be a confirmed win for Team Liquid Academy. That's even if Easties can win this next round.
Absolutely. It's not the situation you want to find yourselves in. It's a quick day for us. There's that third best of one will be coming up afterwards, of course. Formulation versus Boars, I think one of the highlight fixtures to be thinking about. But for now, yeah, it's a debut to forget for Easties. Another rude awakening, as we said earlier, with Mania at this level.
And a few teams in these initial 0-0 games will feel that feel the wrath of their opponents as well. The players trying to get out, the combination, it's just so easy. That's what Team Liquid Academy are making this look like with a spike down. It's Aramis once again to try and pick up a round. At least he's getting his clutch practice in.
Yeah, I don't know how the rest feel about it. It's so sharp from Donatello. And I just don't know what it is about lovable IGLs and Odin usage. But the two seem to go hand in hand. Upert giving us a throwback to the ends Odin. And Liquid Academy wiping the floor with Easties. We're on for a 13-0 here, Cairo. Let's just hope for their sake it's not what we get in the second half. Liquid Academy back with a bang. Not a single round spared for Easties in their Upper Swiss debut. It's Upert who's leading the charge right now. 16 kills for him, looking to add a couple more to finish this off. We're up against a double sentinel, so stranger things have happened, I suppose, on the defender's side. They should be a shoo-in for at least a couple, but It's just the pistol required. And already, Liquid have turned their attention to an open A site.
Yeah, they put pressure on B. They've seen where the both sentinels are. And now it's on towards the A side. They're already the Cypher down. Shyman trying to take a timing. And it works out in his favour. That's the main position caught. And now the players on site, under siege, they need to be a little bit careful about where they end up because they've got to try and combine. Got to make sure that the player in main doesn't catch them off guard, which he does. It's trades either way. But Team Liquid Academy will not allow a 13-0 to pass them by.
They said that the last stage for them was embarrassing, but I have to say, Cairo, it is Easties that get humiliated today. It's a no-show from them as much as it was from you just then. But jokes aside, yeah, this is a frustrating one. To quote the great BPL pal, he was saying in a death segment which he had earlier this week, the big losses are usually the easier ones to bounce back from, at least in terms of your best of threes, your biggest series. But this is more difficult now in a best of one, of course, because that's just a mark on your record, right? You've got to go back and look at it, try and take what you can away from this loss. Build, move forward, do it for Liquid Academy. It feels like business as usual, and the regularly scheduled programming from stage one has resumed, although a little later than we were expecting.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for me, when it comes to Easties here and what they have to do moving forward, obviously you were speaking about it in terms of moving on from this series. I think, I say series, this from this map, right? It's easy enough. It's a best of one. You've got another best of one to try and go from. And for me, I think there was a lot of good stuff in terms of their plan creation, in terms of what they wanted to do. But I felt as if when Team Liquid Academy started to outclass them, started to show them like the difference in quality between Lower Swiss and Upper Swiss, that's where those plans started to fall for the wayside. And I felt as if a lot of the times they started to get drawn into what Team Liquid Academy wanted to play rather than what they wanted to play themselves. So if you look at the first 6 rounds compared to the last 6 rounds and see the difference between the two, I think that's the big one for me.
Yeah, just starting to realize what it is that they can get away with ultimately, because this is Team Liquid Academy we're talking about. We know that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. It's a cliche, but that's exactly how it goes. So 13-0 is the result that we end up with. That is the, causation and effect right there for you. But for Easties, yeah, you can tell. You could see the cogs turning. I think individually, each player deserves to play at this level, right? And you saw, I think the perfect demonstration was Shimon on that last round. The way that he was defending A main with the smoke, which sort of flooded out both sides, I felt like it was really well played. But even when he had a moment of someone else was showing up with a little touch of class, it wasn't enough to pull everything together. It didn't feel thematic from Easties. So, frustrating way to go out. But again, as we said before, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, there's another day to live to, right? Another day that they will have to come try and bounce back from. Team Liquid move on to the 1-0, but has it? We're not done here yet, right? We've got 4 best of ones, and we've got another one coming up, and that's one that you're pretty excited about.
Oh yeah, so excited, mate, of course. But it's the formulation rebuild, or formulation, the latest edition of them with a couple of player changes, and it's the debut in Upper Swiss for Boars, the fully Ukrainian unsigned roster, making their debut in just a moment. So I won't hold you. I'm excited to get into that one. We'll catch you in just a minute. Do побачення.
Time I did, I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not 1 trillion. The ism talk the water out your false it. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitate it, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black tack cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
You're a waterfall, I'm a fire. No surprise we don't go together. But it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure. I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love,
Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, they get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty kid, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling.
Вітаю, Valorant Challengers Northeast. Мене звати Хаза JC. Привіт, Cairo. Як справи?
Dobra.
Yeah, we taught him the Duolingo's paying off. In case you couldn't tell, we have Boars playing today, a full Ukrainian team making their debut in Upper Swiss up against Formulation, a team which we've seen here for quite some time now, Cairo. A couple years in the making, they were grinding it through Beacon, but obviously this is a completely new roster now, and I think the one thing to me that signals that change the most is the fact that, you know, Puggy is gone. It doesn't feel like Formulation without him.
Yeah, I mean, Formulation have been through many changes through the time. I remember there was a time where me and you were like, hey, listen, we need to see changes. We keep seeing the same stuff from Formulation, like way back. They made those changes and then it didn't work out the way that we thought it would. So sometimes, you know, changes work for the good, sometimes changes work for the worst. And right now, it looks decent, right? Formulation, they've got back to the Upper Swiss. They had a decent run of form in that Lower Swiss. So I'm excited to see what they bring forward here as we move here, and there's some big names that we need to talk about.
The first three you'd think were familiar faces. Corsa, Neffy, 1-0, all having their time in the sun. I think for the stages that we've seen so far this year, 1-0 was highest ACS of the initial stages with Deti Elise of stage 1. Neffy, IGL of Shakmat turned Go Next, but as that roster was picked apart, he finds himself here. And Corsa most recently with Bonk. Another one of the names on that side that was pretty reputable. They've held on to Vubit, they've held on to Camille. Two good choices, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to seeing how they play as 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think Vubit for me is one that I want to highlight personally, just because of like his time away. He was put on the bench for Ascend and kind of, I don't want to say he was like in jail, but I feel as if he was because of the like how good he actually was in Northeast, right? Like I felt as if we were robbed of his talent, and now that he's back in the server, I'm super excited. And you were talking with Nixon not that long ago, he was saying that he was rooting for the boys on Formulation, so it's nice to see that back in from the Finn.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think the Finnish community's always been fairly tight-knit, getting behind one another from that first promotion for OnlyFins up until now. But Formulation has taken on a very different identity as it has progressed. As has Boars, right? It's brand new, it's a 5, it's players which we have seen around these parts before, and some which have never made it to this level. I'm looking particularly at Rare, for example. He started the year with Nom on that absolute car crash of a roster, and now lines up alongside 4 of his other countrymen for a team which is full of firsts.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, like I think as well, like because you are a full national full national team, it's going to be easier to communicate and get across your ideas. So there'll be no problems in that aspect, and I think that's something that we don't necessarily have, right? It's been a long time since we've had that Ukrainian representation within the league that is actually a full 5 as a team. So I'm hoping that we see some success for Bows, but at the same time, it's another conversation that we need to have about expectations and what they're going to be able to bring forward here. Sure, Formulation isn't Team Liquid Academy or Enterprise, but they still have some, I guess, some regality to that roster in terms of how long they've been about in this circuit.
Yeah, and look, they've done their time. They spent their fair share. I mean, Rare was playing in East for a while with Nom. Fear played for Trash Can and Wintermint, two names which, you know, on the surface, Trash Can doesn't sound great, but for those who know, they were very active in Tier 3. They ended up going on a bit of a run in East. He wasn't part of the team when that happened, but Troisy has been through the circuit as well, through the ringer. When you've played Shakma 8 times in the space of a year, you know that you're competing in East United, right? And you've done the rounds in Tier 3. So they have reputable players there. They've got Javelin now as their sort of IGL as well. I'm pretty excited about too.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, when you bring in a new IGL, there's going to be a different style, a different way of playing, and it seems to be working for them. As for what they go and try and put into the server against a team who, I don't want to say they'll be well-rounded formulation gaming, because as we've already mentioned about the new additions of the roster, basically a whole new core, so there is that opportunity for mistakes. It won't be as clean-cut as we've already mentioned, the teams that have been here for a while, so this is a chance to go and prove yourself, and probably your best chance to go 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason why we get so excited about it as well is, like you mentioned, there have been names floating around before, like Arch on Bait, or we've just seen Sunflower playing as well for ESC. You know, the Ukrainian talent, for the most part, it's over in CS. I said this so much when I was speaking to people, like, that community isn't really very active in Valorant as such, you know, as you've got huge organizations like Na'Vi that have been doing local events, that have been trying to push through that talent as much as possible. And finally, we do get it all coming together here. But against Formulation, we've already mentioned it a little bit. You're starting to sow the seeds. They should be seeing themselves as a contender, especially with the pickups that they've made. Playoffs, I think, is not necessarily non-negotiable, but with the backing that they have, the support from the org, the fact they double down on those investments, that's what they're aiming for. Heading into the map veto with the changes that we've already spoken about, Cairo, where's your head at?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, when we look at the last 2 maps that we've already seen played, it was Bind and Ascent, right? So I think we'll be kind of in line with those. Best of ones typically don't really end up with anything, I guess, to be excited about, just because, like, why would you go to Corrode? Why would you go to maps that you're maybe not as maybe not got as good a chance on, Lotus, etc. Like, you've always want to stick to the clear cut, and it's a kind of handshake between both teams about where you decide, and it all depends on who turns up on the day. So for me, I'm thinking like one of the Ascents, the Binds, or even Haven to an extent.
Yeah, for sure. I've also been corrected. I stand corrected. Boars, it is signed. They are an org after all, right? Look, maybe they're not a Na'Vi, but they've got some whimsy to them, and I'm a big fan of that. I'm enjoying the Boars gifs on Twitter. I've not really seen Formulation posting many test tubes, so maybe they need to sort of step up their iconography. But here's the veto: it's Sunset, Cairo.
I guess, like, in a way, like, I'm sure it's a newer map, but I think at the same time, I think this is a handshake map, just because it's not a map where you can start to like steamroll, right? You can't get that momentum at your back, so this makes sense for me, and I don't think it's too crazy of a map to be playing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look back at the history of both of these teams and which maps it is that they've been playing so far. Sunset is a firm favourite for Boars. They played it most recently against TSE. That was in Lower Swiss, 4th round, 13-10 win there. It's also the map that they played against Formulation. As I said before, these two have previously faced. It was a 7-13 loss for them. So Formulation should be feeling confident coming back into a map which they already know they can beat Boars on.
I mean, that's the aspect of it, right, when you have played on this map. But I think the other aspect about revisiting a map that both teams have played is, for Boars, they've had the time to go and review the content that was put out by them. I wonder, like, what mistakes they would have shown up, right? What will they change in terms of their approach to the map? Whether that be agents or whether that be actually how they played the map in general.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention as well that when you look at Boars, they're in good hands. They've got a coach, Jonta, who's been helping them out, and I've seen his name thrown around a little bit with some VCT teams as well, even potentially. Could be setting off there, not to fan the rumors or anything, but look, they have quality, and even Cupid was speaking about it on the Lendoff co-stream moments ago, how Anti was pretty important in their 13-0 win that they picked up on Ascent that we saw, not that long ago in his post-match. A little bit of prep, a little bit of performance. So definitely something you have to be thinking about in this kind of environment, especially when you allow a map to be repeated, in the veto. You can put a little bit more thought into it, because Boars would be thinking to themselves, well, why would FMG ban it if they've already played us on it?
Yeah, exactly. And listen, when we head in towards this map as well, I'm wondering, does Formulation try something new? Do they have anything hidden from the lower Swiss? I imagine not, because the games officially weren't streamed, right? Like, they were, there was feeds and stuff for people to co-stream off the back of, but there wasn't that many eyes on it, so I'm wondering what are we going to see in terms of anything new, anything hidden, anything that Boars can really get caught off guard by. I think that's the other aspect that we need to be considering here.
Yeah, you sound a little bit like DJ Khaled. You remember when he made that album and it didn't chart very well, and Tyler the Creator got the #1, and he was like, oh, you don't hear it, it's not playing on the radio, it's mysterious. The VODs are there, you just got to go ahead and search them out. So I feel like if it's a couple clicks away, that's the least that you can be doing, right, to prepare. Is that a bit of a reach? Or it is a bit of a reach.
Nah, it's not really.
I remember it. I remembered it.
No, I think you're right. No, I do think you're right. The VODs are there, to go and anti it. It's just, you got to think of the time aspect, right? Not everybody is full time. I don't know what the investment is from the organisation of Boars, right? I know that these guys are nut jobs when it comes to the hours that they spend, these coaches, and the hours that they spend going and anteing. I know that's only from my close experience of being friendly with Coach Pal of BBL, but I don't know if that guy's an anomaly. Probably he is, but yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens there on that front.
I don't know. I feel like calling a coach a nut job is probably not the best way to start the relationship.
But I meant generally, right? I think it's not a personal thing, and I think most coaches will agree with me in terms of the hours that they put into it. So yeah.
Mate, trust me, if it wasn't for the passion, I don't think there's many people on planet Earth that would choose to coach an esports team. Different to regular sports. Well, not everyone has that mentality, and it's a lot of young players as well.
Oh, you were talking about potentially getting into coaching as well, mate, during the off season. What was?
I said I'd go to Epic Clan. And just sort of stand behind people with my notebook, just sort of menacingly, just
default.
Just rush B, exactly.
I like that.
I reckon I do a sick job. Look, into Agent Select though, and for Formulation, just the one change, but I mean, Omen, by
so much of a change.
Yeah, double controller versus just the one on Boars.
Yeah, it's double controller versus double initiator. Plenty clearing for Boars to get through these smokes that will probably be put through by Formulation. It's all about that cycle of utility that we'll get through. I think most interestingly for me is that Formulation are playing the Neon without any flashes, so that explosivity maybe not having the backing that Boars will have. So I'm looking at Javelin, I'm looking at Kolisha, and what they are able to combine with one another. Do we have a plan? Do we have an idea of how we want to move through the map? And for Formulation, is 1-0 going to get the backing that we expect he should have, right? Or is it going to be very slow, very defaulty? What's the pacing like on this defense?
Yeah, and thinking about that Viper on Formulation as well, starting off on the defense, lots of walls that can cut up angles, make it difficult for you. It looks like Neffy's going to place it towards mid on this round rather than the default Gen G wall we'd seen a lot of at Masters, the one which cuts through B. And Javelin on the other side is a natural counter to that with the suppression from his knife. Wonder how good his Javelin throwing form is, because that 0 point's going to be getting a lot of action.
That's it. Well, already we've seen some action in the form of Kolisha and Kosa, and well, we've got engagement through mid. And Formulation come out the better of it. Even though Bows have the flashes, they've completely forced their way through that choke point. And it's as easy as that for Formulation to pick up the first pistol.
Yeah, like Boars to the slaughter. Hopefully a few more rounds that we get out of them.
You ever tried Boar?
No, can't say I have, to be honest, mate. No real why. Yeah, I'll tell you what the weirdest meat I've ever eaten is ostrich.
Interesting way to start the conversation.
You were wondering where I was going with that. Back to the game. One thing I did want to mention about that previous round is that Neffy's like a fragging IGL, you know? We saw it from him on Shakma into Go Next, whereas no offense to Puggy, he liked to use the Odin a little bit more than maybe the price tag would have been worth. Oh, what's that from Kolosha here? He's managed to pick up 1-0. And sliding around in spawn is making a real problem of himself.
Oh.
Rare collecting Neffy means the wall is down and FMG are without cover. Vubit double on the other extremity. It's chaos right now.
Yeah, and you know what as well, on top of that, Kolisha is doing so well right now to just keep the position hidden and force FMG out into the open, which Rare can't capitalise upon, but it brings both players within one shot of this outlaw. It's getting worrying. Even a sheriff shot would be enough, but Kolisha has taken a lot of damage through this round.
30 seconds left.
It's all about who hits their shots.
Kolisha does get pinged by the cam. Kolisha would have been looking for one through the wall, but can't do it. Steps echoing off into the distance. Camille tucked, a deep clear. Oh, it should have been a freebie, but somehow Kolisha's been able to float into the site, has time for the plant, isn't going to get pushed here. There's a shot, but Camille just opts to do the dirty work with his own hands. FMG converting the anti-eco, but making the most of the time that they have left on the spike here to talk over what went wrong, because that was not straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, what went wrong? I think mostly everything in that round, just because of like how both teams just kind of started scrapping each other, right? And that's what Bows want on their eco rounds. They want to have them like fight each other, especially in 1v1s. You compare it to how the two previous teams that won out in terms of the ESC roster and the Team Liquid Academy roster went up against the eco rounds. It looked very methodical. They didn't allow themselves to be brought into the fight, so we're trading off one another off angles, as you had noted in the first game. Yeah. Right now, Formulation Gaming, I feel as if they've kind of let that one slip and showed Bows their hand in terms of, hey, we will give you a fight, and Bows will happily take them.
Into the bonus, the only change in the setup was the trap placed mid. Just try and contain the space rather than actively fight it. Otherwise, it's Neffy and Corsa on the B site yet again, looking to bolt down the hatches, and they've done so successfully. The push not yet through as Wanzeru has the first kill of the round. That Outlaw put to good use. One of only a couple targets within striking distance. The other is Rare, but he is well supported through middle.
Same time, you look towards Vubit holding on towards that A main space, so they know that they'll, at this moment in time, it's B main or mid, and as Camille gets under fire, somehow he still comes out with one. And now this opens up the map entirely. Bows can go anywhere they want, whether that's towards B, which is more heavily supported, or towards Vubit, who needs to be careful. Fear, being able to shut everything down in the rotates, he's done extremely well for the attack.
Two very clean shots, and Boars are aware of the position of Vubit. Still threaten the possibility that he could be floating around. Neffy spotted by Fear, who's already putting the fear of God into FMG with the shots he's been hitting. Vubit still wandering all the way towards Link now, and it's Fear that will put a ribbon on it. Boars on the board. Again, the macro that they've been playing has been sort of a little bit all over the shop, but they're finding gaps, they are exploiting them, and that has got them there first.
And I feel as well, like Formulation Gaming, as soon as they lose this top mid spot, they feel a little lost. And I feel as if this is going to be a big talking point as we move through this map. If Bulls can continuously find a way to smash their way through it. I mean, a lot of the time what we're seeing so far is main pressure, pivot into the mid, and kind of blow through it that way. And Formulation from then on forth, kind of scratching their head at how to fight back for that space.
And you can already see it here through Kolosha. Trying to challenge in front of this Viper wall, which has been placed by FMG, constantly requiring a face check. It extends towards A, it's a support on the other side, but not Elbow. Vubit left isolated down to his own devices. Kolosha will collect just the one. With Camille cornered and Util thrown his way, the null command invested, Javelin dropped with the spike at his feet, support still coming in as Camille continues to hold it down.
He needs to be careful as all the players are starting to bear on down. He's doing so well to hold on to this position, although Javelin will be able to get brought back up, or at least that's what you thought. Is it that the last two remaining players start to try and get onto Troitsy? But now he's able to escape. Ultimate used, spike going down, 2 versus 1. And you look at the utility on both sides, and there's not a whole lot. Only one smoke for the Omen to work with, but at least he's got that TP to get by the trip.
Playing from main, smoked off as well. This could sell a real fake to FMG if they don't expect the position, but there's only so many places he can be, and with the cam clearing backside, they should have an idea.
They should, although it could have been rapid top mid, could be anywhere, and the players aren't looking, although now finally seen, has to try and fight his way through, 8 bullets left, needs to be clean, and he's able to get Corsa, but that's all that is, as Nefi gets this one over the line, and brings us back to a 2-round advantage for Formulation.
Nothing getting past the pair of Nefi and Corsa on the B site, and Camille doing excellently well here. Felt like we wanted to see a little bit more coordination from the Packer Boars to find his position Elbow, because everyone was sort of having their own ideas about where they wanted to hit site after the brilliant entry from Kolosha. Back to A they go. This one way from Vubit, and the Viper wall hasn't really felt like too tall an order for them to scale past.
Again, back towards A, into through Elbow. Vubit much more reserved in positioning in that Paranoia. Unlucky not to completely capitalise here, but they have done well as Kolosha gives himself up on the stun. This is not looking good whatsoever. The force from Boars dealt with. And Formulation now starting to feel as if they're shrugging any sort of problems off, but Fear able to bring this back into a winnable spot.
And where have you seen this situation before? 2v1, Troisy looking over towards B with a spike on his back. The spacing was a lot better there from Boars. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to take Elbow, but FMG were 2 steps ahead. They had a counter setup prepared with the Paranoia. It was really well executed. And now Troisy gets a second chance at this clutch attempt.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down. And now that'll bring the players across. As you've already mentioned, the Paranoia still being in pocket. Troitsy still having 1 TP to try and maybe use to get by these trips if he really wanted to, but instead, nope. Well, looks to hold on through market, and both players from Formulation playing together here.
He needs to catch one on the cross. That's the win condition.
I mean, close by here in the steps, doesn't go for it, but has seen one of the players.
Nefi doesn't yet know. Troisy lining up the blind, Corsa sticking in the smoke. Spike to half, but Troisy needs to take the fights and win them. He's only good for 1, and that will not be enough. Similar story Similar conclusion in the next round. FMG with another B retake, but it's the A-hold which counts for most.
Yeah, I feel as if as well, like towards the end here, right, we see that the fight go down on elbow. Formulation do well, Fear even better, but I didn't feel that he needed to take that extra step forward. But I think like strength in numbers, right, and I think that's why Bo's maybe taking this time out, thinking, right guys, like we can't be giving so much away. It's individual brilliance for the most part that's been able to bring them into that spot. Apart from that one round where they were able to capitalise in top mid, and from then on, like once they got the round win, I don't think I've really seen Bo's attempt that top mid again. It's mostly been towards that A side.
Yeah, you'd seen Rare detached from the rest of the group, trying to work mid or solo in a more standard 4-1, but he was full cleared by Neffy in the prior round. So FMG are sort of aware of what it is that Boars are doing, how they're trying to open rounds. They're very quick in exploding into the early space, be it garage or B main. It's the actual execution itself where they have been struggling just a little bit so far. In terms of actually playing off one another, getting some quick trades and sort of denying the anchors, because you think back to the B executes at the start, not the best, and A and elbow, similar story.
I think the one thing to note here for the defence is that economy is not out of the woods whatsoever. And sure enough, like we've got a pistol in the mix, but we also have like the Stinger, the Guardian. This is... I'm getting a little bit worried with 4 light shields in the server as well. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting round, because if Bo's can try and like keep it close, I think what we'll find here is Formulation Gaming will consistently be on a poor buy.
Yeah, if the rounds end the way that they are, that's for sure. Bo's with the max loss bonus as well is going to help should things continue in this fashion, but they want real results, and that pause called now with Jonta involved is only going to help them in their efforts. Slight tech pause as there's a player disconnect. Nothing more to say about the situation right now, but hopefully that'll be resolved. When are we getting an all-Scottish team, Cairo?
Never, mate. Never. I think literally we have Marky, who was able to make it into NE for the first time, which I was glad to see. Happy for him. But
yeah,
we need more players. Like I think like who we've got like Fluxy and Jade in GC. And then we have Marky in Northeast, but I don't think there's anything else in that. But for whatever reason, we have an excess amount of coaches in Valorant from Scottish. Like we've got Drew Spark, we've got Pal, we've got
Neil Zenio.
Yeah.
There is a real excess. Masters winners, champs finalists, and Pal. So you know there's a fair share.
Poor boy, man.
That's 3 mentions this stream already. You can tell that we miss him.
I don't miss him at all, mate.
Soaking up the 40-degree heat wherever he is right now. Yeah, it feels pretty warm indoors here too. But yeah, Cairo, this game, Boars FMG. I mean, let's actually take a step back, because I think this one is a fairly close-cut one, at least to me on paper.
Yeah.
FMG still favourites. How do you feel about the rest of Upper Swiss, though?
Do you know what? I've been looking at it, and I think there's a real question mark on who's going to be 3rd and 4th. For me, I think 1st and 2nd, especially after the performance that Team Liquid just showed in that last game. I feel as if like the Team Liquid are going to be 2nd place, Enterprise top. As for 3rd and 4th, I've got a question mark on it, right? Sure, we're still to see Pixel Lumina. They'll play after this one. We'll see exactly where they're at. But as for the rest, I feel as if there's a chance for someone to go and take that. Obviously, we've got to consider that there is a little bit of, I guess, like the fact that we lost Zero Tenacity as well, right? That's the other aspect that I guess me and you didn't get a chance to speak about. It's a totally new roster in terms of only Pretty and Pyro being kept from that one. So yeah, it's a real question. I say question mark, I've used it again, but there's a real chance here to go and have a new team and cement yourself in that kind of playoffs bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even looking at that team, Fez is there as well, another Ukrainian player. I feel like, honestly, this Boars lineup, I was not expecting to see like these 5 players, if that makes sense. If it was going to be a full team, I mean, I don't think Killers would team in like a full Ukrainian team. But I mean, Fez's was a name which we had. Oh my god, he was playing on Requiem, was he not? Like a while ago. Which is a Ukrainian org. Like, and everyone thought he was walling, dude, but he just never got the opportunities, which, you know, due to factors outside of the game as well, beyond his control, obviously, is a real shame. But it's nice to see him, competing again. Obviously, Sunflower on ESC. These are LTR players, right? Like, you almost forget, but the East region is.
Yeah, of course.
The domestic region.
I mean, like, it's crazy to think when you go back and you look across the board here, right? I feel as if this league is totally starting to move towards like a more East-dominated league.
East represented, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. We've got a couple of full North rosters, but with that being said, we've talked enough. We've got the players back in the server and we're good to go again. As we noted just before this one, before we moved into this round, was that the defense buy isn't looking as good as it should seem in future rounds if they were to lose this. And we're seeing once again Boars where they had success before moving through top mid. Now they're trying to pivot in towards A, and Fubit needs to be careful of his position. And he's trying to go and challenge the players in base, doing a good job of it, but the crunch is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it does get one. If he'd felt the spike there, that would have been everything. 1-0 trying to reclaim this space. Kalosha sliding across, picking up another. And it's Groundhog Day, Cairo. Troisy in a 1 versus 2, but doesn't have the ult this time. And no free path to B. He has to beat Neffy to get there. Maybe it's Corsa that he'll be challenging first.
Tap the spike, that should be our peak. It's an easy first kill, but it seems to be the case as it's the 3rd attempt from Troitsy. He will not get the chance to get that over the line.
It's the same 2 players as well. If Boars end up losing this, he's going to go to sleep at night and, you know, be checking under the bed to see if Neffy or Corsa's watching him, because if it's not one, then it's certainly the other. 5-1 now on the defense. The double controller naturally will excel in this environment, so it will be interesting to see how many more rounds they end up picking up. But another change in setup, 2 traps towards the market, still strong siding A with player numbers. Taking expansive control early on as Boars yet to react, but now slowly moving towards B main.
I really want them to challenge top mid once again. I can't. Like, you saw how easy it was to just pivot in towards A after that. But no, it's market this time that they want to try and poke and prod towards. And I don't like the fact that it's the Sova that's with the Neon either. There's a lot of things about this that is making me start to worry here as the players try and force their way out towards B. It's actually a team kill from Carmel that's got Corsa. Somehow it's getting a little bit dangerous as Boars put themselves into post.
The pieces are falling into place though, and with mid overlooked, Troisy will strike, getting his own back on one of the FMG players. It's a tough pill to swallow for Camille. So much so that the save is considered. As you said, money not out of the woods. This one is certainly going to sting. You've got a couple players on less than 100 credits, and Camille is one of them. Kalosha has no care in the world. The way that this guy entries is so quick.
And the thing that I
The
love
support
about
is there this time.
Yeah, and the thing that I love about him as well is like if you stick someone like attached to his hip, right, he will create that space. It's just all about capitalization and getting the trades off, even if he doesn't get that entry pick, which to be fair to him, Hazard, most of the time he's been able to do.
That round, a quick reaction to the A pressure early on. Smoke, dart, and stun. All just giving the right tells to Boars to make their execution. And I mean, look at the buy now with Camille going down in the sort of post round there. It's just, what, Stinger, light shields, and Neffy with the pit. Wanzeru also with the neon ult. There are ways that this can get dicey for Boars. And so again, they hold the default. Brilliant timing from Troisy. He's just walked straight past this, and I don't think Camille should have too much expectation he's there. In fact, I don't think... that's frustrating.
Yeah, that's tough. But the thing is, though, is Neffy must have heard those jumps by, must have heard the audibles. And well, definitely hears that as Kolosha is trying to push.
Hasn't heard the TP. I don't think they know. Camille's just walked out in the site. He had no idea. Troisy has the backstab. That's just Neffy that they need to pick up, but the push is coming through in B main in the meantime. Rare Decade taken down. The Stinger does so much as the fumes just choke out Boars.
Yeah, although with that spike being on the ground, where does Troitsy go? Where does he even try and find that push from B main? Absolutely spot on in the timing. The spam's good though. And, well, it's now Neffy and Vu, but it's usually Neffy that ends up getting the kills, picks up the spike, but it's Neffy once again that shuts this down. A 2 versus 1 that will always seem to haunt Troitsy. It's now a 6-2. We are finding ourselves with the defence building a massive advantage.
Those 2 ults I was talking about as well, bit of a gamble. Troisy was hoping that it was Neffy's name lit up in the feed.
Thanks.
But the big green cloud towards A was just not gonna go down. So formulation hang over Boars like fog themselves. Wanzeru with another opening pick. His first blood success rate has been fantastic so far, and with an op in his hands upgraded from the Outlaw, it is no different.
Cover going out.
Flash through. Players need to watch here. Just in case that we see those explosives, but I like the fact that Boars are scaling up slowly, but Elbow we've seen before being a struggle, and there's 2 players to hold across here for formulation, as Kolosha does create a distraction. It's Javelin that gets 2.
And utility to force Wanzeru off the line, so he can't re-clear, but is in position, and the rotates are quick. FMG have all of the Cypher utility towards B, a trap market and a cam main, so whichever way Boars look to try and attack it, it's covered.
Is this rotation over eager? That's the question formulation will be asking themselves. As already you can see the Cypher, of course, are starting to move away from the A side, and I think it's more he doesn't want any of the trips to go down on that B side left as well if Javelin had that ultimate come up.
The protocols have been in place so far for FMG, played off one another nicely towards Elbow, but now it's Neffy deep in the site, entrenched in position with the smoke up. They've got to clear him, knives out, still going, 10 seconds. Spike still not on the ground, it's the bodies of the Boars instead. Troisy still can't win the clutch up against Neffy. It's a nightmare in that position as formulation have found 7.
That they have, and now they're guaranteed an advantage on the next half, but how long will it be before Boars are able to get another round? Because at this moment in time, it feels as if they're not going to be getting the chance, and I love the support that Neffy gets when trying to hold on towards backside, but as we've already mentioned, Neffy is Troitsy's demon, and he just cannot seem to exercise it whatsoever.
Certainly been doing plenty of exercising. 14 and 8 as things stand. A quicker look from Boars, but it's just rushing to the same conclusion. Neffy with 2 kills out the gate. And as Boars look to try and storm the gate, they're slammed shut. Not a single player gets past. No damage, nothing. Just a scratch on the cheek of Neffy. As they have to wander back across to A to find anything here.
Question is I mean, on Sheriffs, where do you even find yourself? And I love that, like, there's a little adaptation through that trap top mid, right? You can see it's not entirely towards that little portion in terms of like the choke point through mid, but just a little bit further to see exactly where players could go.
Ooh.
That's why you've got 1-0 just holding us with the op, knows if they try to escape towards the other side,
30 seconds left.
he's got it locked down. Oh, misses a full shot.
The trap at the very least did slow down Kolosha just a little bit. Some trying shots from Camille as Rare is able to nail him. Play around the side, Bubit still holding the main space, but he drops. Diligently doing his job as Wanzeru puts it to a close. Uncomfortable, but collected. That's been the story of this FMG defender side so far.
I'm wondering, does it look the same when we move on to the attack? What's the ideas? I've not really seen the Viper Wall have too much of an effect, if I'm being entirely honest, throughout the rounds. I don't know if that's because Bulls just aren't interacting with it that much, or we're seeing like Neffy just maybe more distracted by the choke point. Just something to note. 1-0's up, back up again. Missed a shot in the last round, but was able to clean up with a 3K. And it seems as if the op is going to look towards mid, where players from Bulls are actually walking.
As I mentioned earlier, extremity control has been a real means to an end, and Vubit the conduit for that. The way that FMG have approached mid has changed a little though, and now Vubit paired up with Camille is on a bit of an island, but the smoke supports them inside sight. Kolosha just itching to peek through, and as he slides into the jaws of the players there, catches them. Rare one middle. But yeah, it is exactly that, Rare, hard to come by. Still Vubit hanging around, and has done a brilliant job to even get the first there. Can Fear's attempt at a clutch be any better from what we've seen so far? He's already picked up the first, and the spike will go down before the second peaks.
Oh, he's already caught him off guard. So well played.
There you go.
Well, we might have been jumping over each other, but I'll tell you something, Formulation certainly were. They were playing off each other absolutely brilliantly. The fact that they were able to trade so well in mid as well, absolutely spot on.
It just felt like the duels never stopped, Cairo. They were going on and on.
Yeah.
Rare with a slightly better mid-timing, but Vubit does what it says on the fin, right?
Oh, that's poor.
He's done exactly what was required. He held on to the space. A-Main has been so pivotal with these splits through middle. And with the support of Camille on site, it's brilliant work. Be hard-pressed not to see Formulation pick up 10 here.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a real concerning sign. And it's been all new debuts today as well in terms of who we've seen in the league. And every single one of them have been given a wake-up call. That's the way it feels right now as the players of Boars try to make their way onto the A site once again, but Neffy holds down fast as well as Vu. But it's the same players that we've seen split on split that have turned up and shown us how exactly that they come up and find their position in the league. It feels like there's just so much of an experienced depth and the way the players play off one another. And that's exactly why you have to respect these players as we find Formulation 10-2 up.
Yeah, it's got to be a ridiculous second half showing from the debut team here in Upper Swiss. Individually, there were brilliant moments on the Boars side, but it's going to be need more than that if they aren't to find themselves wrangled in just a moment. We'll catch you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to FMG versus Boars. I said at the top of the show I thought this might be one of the closer games that we get, but it's looking like anything but as things stand. Boars kept under control by the veterans of this division, FMG. It's a trial by fire, an unfriendly welcome. Troy's on the receiving end so many times, would have liked to have started the pistol round with a kill, but formulation cannot be contained. They're already in position to take the A site. But there's a moment's hesitation, a pause before things get started.
I think it's because of how many bodies that Boars have forced towards this A side. They're so happy to allow Rare to hold on to that B site and commit bodies. But that's left gaps. And that's the one thing that you have to know. That Viper Wall will do well to give formulation a chance to scale up. That camera though, finding so much information, and we'll catch the players when they start to come into market here.
Camera taken.
Red.
I must wait a moment.
Not scanned, but duly noted. It's his site preparing to be hit, and just the solo anchor here. Whereas you compare it to how FMG played their defense, there was always that second player in on the rotation, and Kolosha has arrived just on time. Cuts off the spike, but it is collected by Vubit. Head straight off his shoulders. Still worried about the possibility of a mid-play coming in. Our Boars, as FMG want to still try and fight this forward. Corsa crashes into them. And that might just be it, Cairo. Not unless Troisy can pull off a 1v4 this time, but it's brought down to those last two players. Is the result any different?
I mean, I don't mean to count out Troisy, but he does have 6 HP. The flash maybe puts things in his favour, but both players are playing together. They know exactly what to do, they know exactly where he's coming from, and they know exactly how to win that round, which they do. 11 is the scoreline, as it looks like formulation are on the final 100 metres of this race.
Or less, honestly. It's a long road back for Boars. Right now, it's just feeling like they need to exude a little bit more confidence. You can't fault them for the fact that they have sort of gone into every fight with a sense of purpose, but as a team, something's just not quite clicking for them here. Troisy spotted, Neffy knows it. It's a freebie at the end of the day, and that was the only gun which they really had.
I think that sums up this map, to be honest. The way that you've seen Troisy maybe try and play aggressive, not considering that Neffy might be holding on from deeper. Looks like now formulation are looking to place that killing blow on the B side. And every single time there's a trade for formulation, and that's why they've always kept themselves in this conversation of rounds when they find themselves lower down the table in terms of player count.
The KO is better on defense on this map, just for setting up the play. The info that the knife can give cross-map if used correctly, but Javelin's right up in the face of FMG here and can't find the answer. Can't find the shots. It's down to just Fear and Kolosha. 2 players on the site for FMG, 2 off it. Nice first shot from Fear, but it's an easy clear. A stationary target. Doesn't seem like things are going to be getting any better for them than just the 2 rounds, as formulation are ready to take 12.
And that's the worst thing. They are ready and waiting. Sheriff won't even get a kill. 12 found, 10 chances has a double digits amount. And with that being said, we look at the buy coming through here, and it doesn't give you much hope either for Boars.
No. It's not. I had a whole Ukrainian monologue intro, everything, man, getting hyped up, like, yeah, the debut, let's go. It's the difference of double digits right now between the teams, and the best buy that Boars can muster up features only one of the premium rifles, a Bulldog from the discount shelf, Stinger again involved on a couple of players. But I think one of the big takeaways so far has just been how clean FMG have been finding opening picks and then converting their advantages.
Yeah, 100% agree. Maintaining their advantages every single time when they find engagements as well. The spacing, as Cam doing well though, and giving lots of information. The players now starting to get quicker, and on top of that, capitalising on the mistakes that Formulation have made for the first time by not clearing out utility. 1-0 though, still up, and with the rifle in hand. He knows that he's got targets to try and fight towards CT, and he's waiting for the first one, which he gets. The Neon though, catching him off guard, and now the last two remaining players of Formulation are pretty low. Exactly. There's a molly in Neffy's pocket, but he opts for the rifle instead. The utility more important. As the rifles put this one over the line, it will be a 13-2 for Formulation.
Yeah, it's Camille, the pole to close the show. And while it wasn't the debut that we all wanted to see from Boars, individually they gave a good account of themselves. It's just not enough at this level. And look, this is a learning curve that they're going to have to very quickly muster up to. They've played some quality teams in Lower Swiss, but Upper Swiss is when the big boys come out to play. And it's not the big balls that we get this time, unfortunately. Bypassed quite easily by Formulation, which sets them up nicely for their playoff chase.
Yeah, it does, and it puts the marker down. I think a lot of these teams today have done that, kind of put themselves in a position where they are like announcing how good they are, right? They're saying, listen guys, this is what we've been working on, this is where we're at. And listen, it's a cheap warm-up, I feel as if, for most of the teams, like Team Liquid Academy, like ESC, like Formulation, because realistically, we don't know where any of these teams really are. We don't have that definition of landscape. So with that being said, I'm excited to now know what happens when we move into the 1-0s, into the 0-1s. Who's going to be our, who's going to be like the kind of better of the losing teams, and where actually is the scale going to be in terms of the league?
Actually gauging the success of these teams and how compatible they are as opponents, I suppose, is something that we're going to need to get used to throughout this stage, as it's the final stage as well. So for anyone, as long as you're in the competition, that dream that you step on the Berlin stage is still alive. Saying Berlin stage, I literally mean the grand final, so maybe it is far-fetched, but the point still stands. Yeah, this has not been the best day so far for the new kids on the block, right? We've seen a real step up from the bigger names regionally, which is in some ways nice. You sort of said earlier, a good Liquid is good for the region, the same way that I think, you know, a good Formulation is, for example, because ultimately at the end of the day, the strength of your region is based sort of, I suppose, on the lowest common denominator from that point upwards, but having multiple contenders closely knit is never a bad thing.
I 100% agree. Gives you more tests, more depth to your strats. Also, maybe shows you how weak you could possibly be, right? These are all possibilities and theories, but with that being said, I guess we can start to close up shop on this best of one, Hazza, because there's not a whole lot we can really talk about here, and we can start talking about the next game as well, as we look at another one of our playoff contenders returning in towards our last best of one.
That we do. A top 4 team, Pixel Lumina. They made the trip to Challengers EMEA, not very far, of course, because it's all played remote. But they challenged some of the teams from across the pond, and I have to say it was not the best. It was a difficult time for them. They've made some changes again to just refine that roster as much as possible. But up against Fullbox 200, I can't believe I'm saying that. Up against Fullbox 200, silly as the name is, it's a challenge for them. Iron sharpens iron. We want to see the best of these teams take on one another, but you've all got to start somewhere, right? And so far, today and the way that things have been playing out would lead you to believe that Pixel Lumina do just go ahead and win this game, right? They've got the Lower Swiss MVP. They've got a lot of things heading in their favor. But I feel like if anyone was going to lose out of the group, it might just be them, because they're not always the most consistent, especially in these Swiss stages.
Yeah, we'll need to find out. But I tell you when we'll find out, Hazza? After this break.
After the
break.
Do
not go far.
we only met just now. And I don't wanna freak you out, no. But baby, all I think about is you and me up in a tree, yeah. You whisper something in my ear, the only thing I wanna hear. Oh, you tell me that you think about us, K-I-S-S-I-N-G, yeah. I go and pay at the bar, you go and order a car. I might not give you my heart, but you can have the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. Your skin feels like the finest sheets, your lips are what I thought they'd be. Oh, I'm dreaming but I'm not asleep. It's you and me up in a tree, yeah. I'll do whatever you want, it's on the tip of your tongue. I might not give you my heart, but you can have the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. See the fireplace is good to go. Hear the love songs on the radio. All I wanted was to take you home, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. I'll do whatever you want, it's on the tip of your tongue. I might not give you my heart, but you can have the rest of me. Don't think twice, baby, sit tight, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe. Don't be shy, stay the whole night, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. See the fireplace is good to go. Hear the love songs on the radio. All I wanted was to take you home, 'cause we gotta kill a vibe, yeah. You're a waterfall, I'm a fire. No surprise we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, to your thirsty beach, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you here, you know that she's near when you sleep. I'll be under your bed and I hear you feel. Shake your thirsty beat, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I'll seek you hide, you can chase me, cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in my valley, and you'll be standing a while, so don't panic. Know what Marilyn Manson would say, better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I'll seek you hide, you can chase me, cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I can touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. Took a cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. lean on it. Jump on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. I get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they could tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, they're for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging it darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep
Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. Never gets old. We are ready for our final best of one of the day, Cairo. Can you believe it?
I really can't, mate. It's been a pretty quick one, to be honest, throughout the whole of this today. All of the teams that you would expect to win, all the favourites, have come in and put on a performance. I think that's fair to say. I think we're all happy with everything that's been put forward. I feel a bit harsh for the teams who have made their debuts today, and we have another case where it's the exact same in this best of one. So I do ever so slightly fear for 200.
Well, as the saying goes, out of the frying pan and into the flames. I think that's the best way to describe the jump from lower to upper Swiss. And I mentioned it earlier to you as well at the start of the stream, that while a lot of these teams, it'll have been their goal and they'll have been, really hyped up to even get into the league in lower Swiss in the first place. When we think of Mania, for example. To the other divisions that we have regionally in EMEA, it's most akin in that regard with the new Swiss system, I suppose. So it's Pixel Lumina against Fullbox 200 for our first game, Cairo. To speak about Pixel Lumina very quickly, they've come back now from a Challengers EMEA event where they were seeded in a group with CGN and BBL Pacific. The only thing worse than that would be if you were CGN in a group with BBL Pacific twice, which did end up happening, but they gave it a good go. That first series ultimately was their demise because, that second series against BBL Pacific kind of writes itself in terms of the result.
Yeah, it really does. And you know what? I feel as if, for Pixel Lumina, they felt as if they were building into that second split really well, right? And they've went ahead and they've changed up their roster once again. They've added in Bravo, who I think could look decent. And yeah, as well, when we look at Pixel Lumina and what they could potentially bring forward as we move into this next split, is hopefully more of the same and using that change to even build further momentum. If Bravo's implemented well enough, I could see this being a nice little project for Split 3.
Yeah, they originally had Chris. He joined for the EMEA run as a stand-in, or so he was listed, but that not transpiring to make a permanent change. A player of his quality, in my opinion, Bravo is a downgrade. I don't want to, add any disrespect to that comment either, and there's absolutely none intended. But yeah, you're talking about one of the top 17-year-old prodigies that you have sort of regionally, and then Bravo, his last outing in a Swiss stage, he was knocked knocked out by Pixel Lumina, among others. You saw him on NXT, and that, again, horrendous NOM team from the start of the year. But he had a lot of stock behind him, and I kept hearing his name thrown around. That was an exciting NXT team to be a part of, I think it's fair to say. So I'm really curious as to how he slots in amongst some regional veterans when you look at the team sheet.
Yeah, I agree. I think as well that that's the biggest question mark coming in towards this one, and how this looks. But with that being said, let's talk about the boys on the other side of the server making their debut in the upper bracket Swiss. Fullbox 200. For me, Hazza, when we look at this, again, there's not a lot of... I don't want to say a lot of quality because that's poor. There's not a lot of like historical quality here. Like, this is the first time we're going to have a look at them, and I feel as if when we compare the two, I feel as if like on paper you're going to like be like 90% towards Pixel Lumina.
Yeah, most likely, but sort of, these guys have never done it the easy way, and so Fullbox 200 will be looking to take advantage of that with their lower Swiss MVP Kajux. Now, this player has been, I've seen his name thrown around so much, honestly, the Lithuanian. When it comes to maybe making a move up into a big team, or that he'd received trials in certain places and he was one to watch, but just, I don't know, things never really quite worked out for him. Those rumors went quiet, and I feel like the best is still yet to come from him, and I'm kind of hoping that we'll get to see a little bit of that today. You don't get the MVP for the whole group stage with, by sitting on your ass, right? And I think he's got to be a key component if Fullbox want to win the best of one today, which is on Icebox.
Yeah, that it is. The only thing that I would say about the other aspect to this, Hazza, was Fullbox 200 did take a 3-2 record to get into this spot, and I know, like we spoke about Team Liquid Academy and how they got to their split 1 win, but I feel as if for Fullbox 200 that not that the writing's on the wall, but it doesn't necessarily fill you with hope, right? Icebox as your best of one is an interesting map as well. It's not like the maps that we've seen previously where it can be pretty 50-50. Icebox sometimes can be pretty momentum based, and the defense can be sometimes a pretty big struggle.
It absolutely can be, and speaking of struggles, they find themselves intertwined with Icebox for Pixel Lumina. Their last 2 outings ended in a 4-13 scoreline of defeat, and they've changed up the comp quite rightly. It's a Killjoy and Sober stepping in, but I mean, when you look at the changes that they've made, these are like probably the most secure picks I think you could make on this map in the first place, aside from perhaps the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Fullbox 200 just kind of reminds me back to 2021. Listen, I hope that they do come out here and show something good, but the one thing that I want to note as we come into this is that the Icebox meta has so firmly developed far away from this comp, and there's a good reason for it, right?
Sure.
Pixel Lumina, they'll have like a lot more ability to clear and do what they need to do, and they'll have a lot more utility, right? They'll have so much more capability within their composition of agents compared to that of Fullbox 200. So again, those worries come back when I look at the composition, and if they're not on it today, which essentially the Reyna needs, the Reyna gets the value through the kills, then I think this could be a tough day at the office.
One more final thing to mention about both comps is that Pixel Lumina are the only ones who benefit from plant security. Yeah. Bravo's Wingman will be very useful for that, and that's where we've seen those shifts in the meta happen, what with teams starting to lean more towards Sage and the like. But the pistol begins with Maniac right through middle. Already finding his way into kitchen, but Cryo finds his man first. It's Bravo that is removed, so that Gecko utility will not be present this round.
Yeah, but look at Maniac's spot. I mean, so close, so through the site, and Kajux, the low Swiss MVP, has no idea whatsoever. The player's trying to clear out, but he'll catch out Maniac in his position. Still though, Pixel Lumina continue to push the envelope through mid. and they've found another gap. Kajux looks to go and try and clear that out, nearly capitalises, but can't quite do it. On towards site, where there's more players to be found and more targets, and lots of information being fed back to the team.
Oh, Kajuk knows though, and he's managed to find another kill through the wall this time, taking a chunk out of Almo, down to 1 HP. With the decay in play as the spike goes down, it's a man advantage for Pixel Lumina, so Styx has to hunt.
He's going for it as well towards Snowman, but he is melting away as he's down to 9 HP, and you look towards Almo, nowhere near to even try and support, looking to try and play for the spike defuse, but I mean with the player being low, this could be somewhat of a decent position. Last two players you look at are both within 1 shot of a Sheriff. That's all it would take. Almo just needs clean fights. He needs players to face him, and it's going his way. A tap of the spike. The clutch! Almo! He had to win it, and he does. Clean shots all round.
The last one is crazy. Didn't even see the player, just had the feeling. Everyone in body shot range, one at a time they walk into his crosshair. One by one they fall. That is excellent. Sometimes it does require a bit of heroics to get you going, and that's how Pixel Lumina will pick up their first.
Yeah, remember, Pixel Lumina are a team who are coming in fresh.
Pixel Lumina.
Pixel Lumina are coming in fresh. They have not played. They got the straight buy-in because they qualified into the playoffs, right? As for 200 Club, they've had the warm-up in towards the Swiss stage. And Cryo had the warm-up in the last round. Makes good of it. There goes Maniac. Well, MSH makes sure to make no mistakes as he finds the trade out.
And just as I was speaking about individuals making all the difference, you felt that from Kajux in the previous round, but there wasn't really much follow-through from a team perspective. This time, they've stacked up the bodies on A. Mosby would have been looking elsewhere, and now
what are we doing?
Almo hit 3 shots on the Sheriff in the pistol, and then just missed 3 with the Marshal. As easily as you like.
Is Almo just unbound his scope in button? Like, surely after the first one you're like, right, okay, I better scope in now. Silliness showing you exactly how to do it, and this is a disaster for Pixel Lumina.
Marshall stocks have just got worse and worse. The Outlaw comes in the game, no one wants to buy it anymore. Sunlist showing how it's done, as you mentioned. But yeah, never fire from the hip. It's such a false sense of security. We had that one ace back in Reykjavik years ago, and I don't feel like I've seen anything good from it since. If you couldn't tell, Styx is screwed. He's managed to walk away with at least 1 kill, but it's a 50 round nonetheless, and the perfect response for 200 full box, full pump, like a fish.
Hello? What was that?
That's the full team. That's the full team name.
Is it? Is that? Is this like some brain rot thing? Am I moving into the Billy like? I am so confused, brother. Shout out heretics indeed. But with that being said, Almo, who missed all his shots, is never touching a Marshal again because he's better on the rifle. Proven by getting rid of Cryo, who past couple of rounds has been pretty good at being aggressive and finding the first pick. Almo though is stuck in jail, and I don't mean that figuratively, I mean that in place, and he has done so well to get rid of Sillinist. So this round is starting to get a bit topsy-turvy, but that's a beautiful shot. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe we have.
Are you
maybe
sure
we have
it's not
misspelled
Kayak? Could you just misspelled the name? Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I love how people have heard my response to that, but we just had to make sure.
Made it onto site. Maniac up top. You should expect this position right now, but he's looking for a timing and is gonna catch a ridiculous one. Nosby looking the wrong way, not for the first time, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything good. The plant timing, it's not too friendly to him. It's not too friendly at all. Maniac gets nothing. He leaves the round empty-handed. Can the classic of MSH do any better?
Oh no, my God. What is going on?
It gets worse. It can after all. Furiosa with one bag sticks. The recon won't round the corner, and so he's left to just his own pistol, and his wits deceive him. Full box back in front.
Yeah, Mr. Nosebee's making sure nobody's running in the lobby here as 200 Club look to send it. I don't even know, man. Like, Pixel Lumina should have had that in the bag after the entries that we saw towards the A site, and then the advantages in terms of the map space off the back of that. Maniac is not having a good start to this map whatsoever. This is not looking good, uncharacteristic. I mean, it's not as if he's like playing badly in a sense, it's just he is not hitting shots which we typically expect of him.
Oh, there goes Cryo.
It's Maniac.
The first player shown the door, and as you say, it is Maniac. He's going to twist your words against you here. At the very least, creates the space. Bravo will trade, and Pixel Lumina move to post. Player advantage, and post-plant positions taken with MSH. A late lurk. The latest, in fact.
Damn. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting timing. There is utility though to delay if we get to that position. And even forced out a lockdown. I mean, understand it's the rifle round, you have to win it. Bravo is burning here, and he burns so far that he's gone off the board.
You know what they say about the stars that shine the brightest after all, Cairo? And while there is a molly to delay things a little longer, the round is already done. Pixel Lumina put it in the bag. It's 2 apiece, a tied game. The investment of the lockdown, an important one, a smart one, I think there. You look at the money as well. It's actually not great at all for full box. But the saved guns do help out in that endeavor. Just very quickly touching on how they started the round. Cryo walking down B long with the Reyna. It's this kind of thing that Pixel Lumina have got to be looking to try and punish, and that's a perfect example of it.
I mean, I think as well, like the way Cryo's playing the Reyna, this isn't the first time that we've seen them like look for an entry pick. The third round, Pixel Lumina were able to capitalise upon it. This round, they should be able to think about where will the Reyna be, where will the duelists be, and every single time they're trying to go and take these fights. Pixel Lumina are not dealing with this well at all, even after having double initiator in the form of Bravo and Styx, both of which have their ultimates up. So when we head into post here, or head into site take, exec, you should be expecting them to be used.
And from a post-plant position, Pixel Lumina are going to look so strong as well. Full box will try and deny it. They have players in position. One of them, Cryo, top screen, drops down. Almo gone. More of the tools lost as the swing back sight is solo. Maniac won't get it, but Styx does post-mortem. The shock does its job, still has the ult, but dropped by Kajux on the retake. It's just a flood back sight in the end. Full box, brilliantly played. So again, they find themselves in front.
I mean, yeah, I feel as if, like, well, 200 box, full box 200, whatever their name is, apologies, that's terrible. No, full box 200 are like kind of doing well with what's been put in front of them. I feel as if macro-wise, Pixel Lumina are playing better, but I feel as if they're kind of outplaying themselves in a way, and I feel as if the 200s are in prime position to now start gaining really good advantages. We can see that in the eco, we can see that in terms of the ultimates as well, and what's being used in the past couple rounds. Pixel Lumina look rusty. That's a collat.
Astute observation, Cairo. It's more than just a collat. It's a quad. Kajux may have had his ace taken away by Nosby, but the flawless number 4 is exactly that. You can't fault it at all. 10 and 2 right now. B-Long has been solved by the defense, I suppose. Just put Kajux there and he'll do it all for you.
Well, I mean, now what do you even talk about? Because as we've already spoken, it's been a bit of a disaster. It's not a word I like to use lately, but Pixel Lumina, since we have seen the Antico round, they have just been falling to the wayside consistently. Still a buy here, still something to work with, so plans can be created around that. As for what plans they do, I mean, has there anything that you've seen in a weakness of how Full Box 200 have been playing this? Because most of the time when I'm watching this, it's been they're just wanting to be puggy, they want to be aggro, they want to take these fights, and Pixel Lumina aren't being. I can't really live with it.
Yeah, they've had the best of both worlds though, because it's individuals fighting early, online, solo. Not a crazy amount of tradability, but I think the positions have been okay. It's then into the late round where, you know, you're seeing them flood backside A together. They're you know, clearing angles as a group. They're making it really difficult for Pixel Lumina to do what they do best, which, yeah, is also their individuals having big moments. When you're up against that kind of coordination, it's so difficult. Same drone, Furiosa takes it on the chin. They should expect this second layer. It's been the same every time, and it is again.
I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. Pixel Lumina have been opening the rounds with little to no variation. It's a drone from Garage into B, and 200 are reading them like a book.
And it's just so patient. I mean, to be fair, somewhere that we have been seeing Pixel Lumina get a little bit of space and a little bit of like stuff to work with would be through mid. But Kajux at the same time has gone unnoticed, and he's continuing to have a reign of terror, which this east side cannot deal with at all.
And Bravo was one of only 2 players there in body shot range as well. He opened up the round with a headshot. And as the Sheriff is drawn, he spots his next target, MSH, at the bottom of mid, playing around the Viper Orb. Does actually find a way to get out to the snow pile. But what can he do from this position? Support arriving in B long, but it's late, and Kajux already has him killed.
Ah, mate, and it's not even looking pretty at all. It's a flawless round. I don't even... what is going on with Pixel Lumina? From playoff team to maybe not even getting a win here. They look unbelievably rusty. They, of course, have more chances to come back in this match. I mean, I don't want to talk about them being completely out of it just yet, but we've already had a timeout. We've had a chance for the coach to come in and speak about things, but they just do not look like themselves at all.
No. And they have been a team known chronically to start slow, and that's why I mentioned before that these best of ones do not best suit them. Mixed investment blades are the best that it's gonna get. Maniac looking for a jewel, but he just can't win it. Cryo catches him. 200 ready to receive on the backside of A, and when they play together and play their way, nothing can stop them, not even Bravo. Cryo's found 3. Stix is, hit a couple of shots from the top shelf, but you've still got to get past Kajux. He's the one to watch in the server right now. So Stix will slip away with the spike on his back and see if this round could get them back on track, because that gap is growing, but it's not too far away just yet.
The only problem that Stix has to deal with right now is 100% the difference in terms of health. I mean, weapon as well, you know, Kajux being introduced here has had a brilliant start to the upper Swiss. Does have an info dart, so has an ability to clear things out and has the chance to go for a very open plan. But Kajux very hot on the heels and will catch Stix out. That's going to be 6 for the defense.
6-6 as Kajux picks up Stix. 1-2 buckle your shoe typecasting. That's the best you guys are gonna get today.
Was it Lincoln and Lincoln Park with Lincoln Park watching Lincoln Park?
Yeah, something along those lines. But 6-2 as it stands. Stix giving it his best go on the A site, but still Kajuk's passing grade seems to be better. Does miss the jump for the op at the start, but matters not. You know exactly how this one is going to play out. The question on my mind is, how do 200 react when Pixel Lumina don't begin their default with the Sova drone out from B? How much space do they take?
I mean, already you can see that the lane becomes a lot more A-sided just because the KJ just goes and has a look towards Tube, making sure that no one's trying to lock up in the meantime while Pixel Lumina are trying this. I mean, there is one player there, it's the opposite number. And now the players start to move across. Well, more importantly, the KJ, the Viper, starting to be a little bit more regressed in their position, thinking about moving and holding on towards Kitchen. As now finally the A-take comes through.
Cry on the other side of the wall. A couple players revealed, can't find the right target. Just one, and then taken out. Solanist still holding onto the backside space though. Precious real estate, which goes for a high price. One which Pixel Lumina pay for with their lives. Almo left to stew in the remainder of the round from middle as the timer ticks away and the chances fade for him, as they do for the rest of this team. That is a scoreline secured for the second half, Cairo. 7 rounds is the minimum.
30 seconds
and
left.
Looking at the money, it should be 8 or 9 by the time we cross that bridge.
Yeah, there's getting worse and worse. Almo looking to save up their last remaining rifle, and this is, well, what we referred to as a French timeout, and that's to give it, take some time for yourselves, talk about how things are going, and discuss what is going wrong, because at the most part, plan creation, Icebox can be pretty straightforward. But as for the gunfights and how they're playing off one another, Pixel Lumina, as we've already spoke about, just do not look like themselves.
Yeah, and in many ways, the way that Fullbox are playing this, it's I want to say it's kind of like Ascent Icebox, in the sense that there is a very standard comp that's been around for ages. Everyone knows how it's played. The macro remains the same, and it's the similar situation here, right? Everyone knows how Ascent plays. Everyone knows how Icebox plays. It just surprises me that Pixel Lumina are being undone in what feels like such a simple fashion.
Yeah.
Lockdown from Nosby is premature, and the Hunter's Fury snatches back at it immediately, as it does on both sides, trying to deny the plant, and does so. Solanist's picked up a kill, Furiosa's still standing, and Cryo is behind this goddamn wall. You just can't get rid of him.
No, you can't. Right, a player who has been so good, and a Jet player who doesn't seem to miss. What more can you do if you're Pixel Lumina? You're asking these questions and no answers are being retorted. You've got to be thinking about the buy for the next one as well. It does not look good, and you're looking for something, anything, a saving grace, a matter in which you can pick upon, and that is pretty much sums it all up for me. Yeah. A second timeout used.
But honestly, we've seen teams, as the years have gone on and Valorant's developed, be a lot more eager to invest 2 timeouts and a half if it's really not going well, because as you mentioned, literally before we went into the game, 30 seconds before it started, Icebox can be pretty momentum based, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Pixel Lumina have to find a way to slow the pace of this game down, get at least one more round, some kind of a foundation coming into the second half, or the game's already over, and there's no point in even using your timeout then. So I like this from them, and taking that next step forwards in terms of what actually has to change for things to improve. Well, you've removed 2 big ultimates at the cost of 1, still have a Thrash and a Viper's Pit. I really want to know how Bravo is going to use this ult here, and I want to see Maniac get active again, because this is a serious Jet gap right now.
It is, and I think the other aspect to it as well is just like, when have you seen Maniac perform like this? Sure, he's had bad maps, but I've never seen him look so ineffective. You know what I mean? Like, usually it comes through the utility, usually he's good at taking space, but right now it just feels I don't know, like he's going out with a whimper. This is the same ult that we saw last time through E, but that's probably why we're seeing such a heavy presence for the defense here.
Solonis just doesn't get caught by it. Maniac, like a deer into headlights, goes down without a scratch yet again. Styx fighting his way around, but Solinist is allowing all of this to happen because he knows there's a chance to get the spike off the ground, or it's Almo that ends up planting it with just a second to spare. 4 versus 2, Pit still choking them out, but we need an MSH masterclass if Pixel Lumina are to pull this off.
Very true. Kayaks does have, or Kadrix does have the blades, but it's a Viper pit of their own as they try to move through this.
Styx is in a pocket, sat between the two, still not yet revealed, but MSH is the all-important final player. He can deny vision. He could still win this, but Furiosa has stopped it, shut out any chance. There's more than enough time for Fullbox to find 9. So Pixel Lumina find themselves sat back down yet again.
It continues to be the case, and what more can be said? Players caught left, right and centre. And again, like, it just goes out with a whimper, a good idea, a good start, but in the end, there's nothing to be proud of.
Dude, I would love to be the Reina player on Fullbox, because you just sit on the A site and you just farm up the wall. You know, devour, dismiss, the choice is yours. There's a player walking through that poison wall decayed. Furiosa's been getting so much value in proxy just through utility. And Maniac made to look, you know, schoolboy for a player who was at Ascension a year ago with Barcelona.
Wait a second though, players are
Here is Cryo.
They've read this right. They have totally read this right. But the fight isn't good whatsoever. In terms of posting the jet up towards the A side, bleeding more heavier towards B, they got so much information, but I don't think Pixel Lumina are totally done with this B side, as they're pulling players across even more so.
There's something in the water today, Cairo. Some of that 1,000-year ice has melted and it's got bugs in it. I don't know, I forgot the words.
The bugs, interesting.
Some kind of old disease. Bacteria probably works better, but here we go. Pixel Lumina setting off elsewhere. Wingman is a fake, but that's not going to last for long. Furiosa has the mid info, and look at the rotation. Fullbox are going to be here to creep Pixel Lumina on their doorstep, and that's if the players make it to the site. That's the spike!
That's a disaster, and now the rest of 200 are coming in to collapse upon the 2 remaining players. And look at the health, look at the time, everything's so low. And Pixel Lumina are made to look like mugs in this first half. It's going to have to be a long road back if this is going to be a comeback. At least the coach can speak to them in that half-time break.
Dude, half of their rounds were won on 1v3s with fundamental cheese. Like, let's be real, this could have gone 11-1 at the half, but thankfully for Pixel Lumina it hasn't. The EMEA representative have nearly been embarrassed.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our first best of ones, and if I told you one of these teams was our playoff and Challengers EME representative of last year and is now returning, and the other team is the debutant in this upper bracket Swiss, you would think that 200 Club was the Challengers representative, has it? But it's the other way about, and they're absolutely dominating Pixel Lumina here.
It certainly does feel like they are the 200 Club, in the sense that they had played hundreds of games before at this level, and Pixel Lumina don't look any different to the tasks they've already passed in Lower Swiss. It's onto the A site immediate. Kajuk's the one at the front. The point man of the push already has his first. And the pistol savior for Pixel Lumina from the first half's already gone. Bravo and Maniac responding, but Kajuk's is still firing on all 10 cylinders. 3-on-3 situation, and Bravo's the only one out on the site.
Very true.
Wow.
With that being said, the retake coming back through, and the players are not doing anything to defuse the spike. It's not the defuse, it's just been fully stuck by the wingman.
Okay, Pistol Lumina do have their second of this game. Maybe that's exactly what they needed. In fact, I'll tell you straight, it is exactly what they needed. And on this defender's side, the question will be, how many more can they get?
That's a good question.
And another question I had coming into this, not to just keep on asking, is this a Pixel Lumina which is just out of form and out of shape, or are there serious concerns and conversations we need to be having about this team heading into the third stage? And that's what we're here to find out as the half continues.
100%. I imagine one of our other lovely cast appearance will be able to have that conversation for us in the later days as we get through this tournament. As for now, it was the anti-eco where everything fell apart. So while we usually take a moment to converse about the grander scheme of things, it's still a problem that we need to talk about as Bravo comes up and shows us what he's good for. And Nosebait is left scratching his head. Where did all my teammates go?
Scratching his nose. Or smell him out. He can see sticks now, and that's the last thing he'll see. He's dead. Pixel Lumina with the anti-eco converted, and the fact that it was, what, one ghost playing Scorched Earth policy means that they get maximum return.
Not only that, you think of the value in terms of the ultimate economy. Bravo's one off that orb, and you'll have access to that on the A side, I'd imagine. Fullbox 200 will also be thinking about challenging that orb, probably because of that aspect of the game.
For sure. I think, orb control is always big on Icebox, especially A. All that Fullbox have to really challenge is, snake bites, shock darts. You'd need the lineup for that. I mean, it's been in the game for ages now. You probably should know it, but those are big pieces to invest early, and instead it's Cryo that goes down. 3 players stacked up from Pixel Lumina. They've got numbers and they've got utility.
And they've also got map space. Look towards mid, look towards B long. They've got all the map information that they need. And right now, everybody's here in the steps, scaling on towards A.
What can Kajux create this time? Util's coming in support, and he's going to find one before doing his best Tom Daly impression and diving off the diving board, as it's called. No water at the bottom though. 3-on-3. Solinist still playing from sight, unsupported in the peak towards screens, but may not need it. Just takes it on the chin. Solinist, it's excellent. An exhibition of his skill. 3 kills, rewarded for it, and Fullbox add in the details. That's number 11, Cairo. It just felt like Pixel Lumina had the right read, but couldn't execute.
I mean, how many times have you said that during this matchup, mate? That's the question.
Honestly, I would like to have seen, I mean, I know you mentioned there was a player pushed up mid and one on B. If they could have gained information, just rotate one of those players over. You only need one to hold the other side of the map.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, the jet doesn't need to be that far up B long, right? The other aspect this round, guys, just where you're sitting at home, Maniac has brought out the op for the first time. in this matchup entirely. Obviously prefers it on the defence, and he's pretty aggressive with it, which we like to see. An op getting deep space. Needs to be careful though, because there's players up close.
Oh, he's scoping, unscoping, swapping angles, but landing the shot. And with Sticks, the next layer behind it, Pixel Lumina prevail. The A site is defended. The difference this time, Kazuk's the one that goes down first. Headshot through the wall, bit of damage onto Almo in middle as he receives a bullet to the dome. Fullbox aren't out of this round just yet. Pixel Lumina can't make the mistake of thinking so. But a missed shot from Maniac does open the door and give half a chance.
Nice shot from Maniac. Simple, quick on the mark. And now it's up to Cryo. Arena player, which you would hope can scale up. It's very good if you can do that. Instead, it's not going to happen. Pixel Lumina deal with this round pretty successfully. Keep that operator in hand, but Maniac was able to actually get value from. And we've actually seen him put his mark on a round for the first time in what feels a while. Attacking economy, maybe not in the best spot. That's the other thing that we need to note. They don't need that many chances. Just as long as they can get two. That's the big thing for the 200 full box 200, apologies.
Let's fly.
Yeah, the reference I was making earlier is that in Fortnite, if you fully box someone, right, you've built around them, and 200 is like the max damage that the pump shotgun can do. So there you go. That's your explanation. And so if I say that someone's been pumped, it means what I've just told you and not what you usually think. So
what do I usually think? I'm confused by
something which I don't know.
You don't know.
I have absolutely no idea. Flexing their muscles, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. They've got that pump from the gym.
Yeah, quick 1-for-1 as our 1-to-1 has ended. Bravo from top site, looking towards 410. It's Cryo, which he will find. Headshot through the wall, second player. Nosby on death's door, but still it's 3-on-3, and I don't like these situations at all, Cairo, because Fullbox 200 almost. Oh, he gets one here. Yeah, no problem. He re-peeks it. He wants all three. I think he's gonna get all three. Okay, sure. Wasn't expecting that, but doesn't matter how they win them. Pixel Lumina have another 5 now. The gap between the two.
Slowly making their way through these rounds. I guess the last round was more of an equal round. The next one far more important. And I guess we have to come back and have that conversation about the ultimates as well, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, when we look at how this is going to look, you get 2 nice retake ultimates from Pixel Lumina, and you also have like 1 good post plant from the Fullbox 200, as well as an Empress and Blades, which one of the Blades is most importantly going to be used here by Kazuk's.
Yeah, and Pixel Lumina, their own ultimates, very good tools for retaking. That's why you see Styx and Bravo start the round playing from middle. Changes have been made to Pixel Lumina's composition. Do we see the added benefit of it? Right now, the only ult in play is Kazuk's Blades. First kill already taken. Through the gap between the screen, over the top, he goes again, spots the info. They know about Almo. Still playing outside of Rafters as Util is being used. There's an awkward timing in middle, and MSH gets the better of it. So with the lurk cut out, Fullbox are backs to the wall in this 4-on-4.
You would think so, but the players are now going back to try and fight this flank. Almo, though, has Forster back to the wall. As Kazuk's is caught out as well. MSH still not dealt with. Solanist has found him, calling for support. The players double peek, and remember that Hunter's Fury still in play.
Find a clause to use it, elects to invest. Nosby has to fight for the defense of his own teammate to try and win this round. Solanist has stalled, but he can't succeed. Pixel Lumina hold the line. The defuse comes in from Bravo, and the gap continues to close up.
Now the pressure starts to get a little bit higher, because if you're Fullbox 200, questions start to arise, right? Well, guys, how are we letting this one slip? guys, what are we doing wrong? Guys, are we going to even be able to close this one out? The players will be asking themselves this question, and this is where we've got to see the coach have a moment with the players and talk about what's going wrong.
I don't know, Cairo, when you formulate thoughts, do they happen like that in your head as well? Do you say guys before every thought?
Yeah, typically.
Oh,
do you not
nice.
have like other people in your head that talk to you?
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my head. Today, I am thinking about what we're going to do in this timeout.
Yeah, and then the response to the thoughts is actually just like a Twitch chat.
Yeah, it is, and it's just emotes. There's actually no words in there. It's crazy, to be honest. But while there is time, let's talk about the game. It's what we're paid to do after all. Kazuk's 20-8 has been pretty good so far on the attack, but Maniac is heating up and fulfilling his role in the team with this operator, holding on to space as Pixel Lumina deem it fit, and still taking fights and winning them. It looks like mid is where he's going to be going for, so keep your eyes under the tube. They've been making the most of these advantages.
What they have? A couple stingers, I say a couple stingers, a stinger and one rifle in play as a point of call to try and work with. This wall has allowed Cryo to scale up well. This could be an easy deposit, an easy win that the full box 200 could try and work with.
Looks like he's just going to take the peak instead. MSH doesn't want to overcommit to the fight, so falls back on utility instead. But it's an important point you raise because Pixel Lumina have, the last couple of rounds, just been playing for quick rotations because full box aren't stretching the map as much as you'd maybe expect them to. Their composition is lacking extra tools with just the one initiator. So they've got to go all in. And on this round, it's B. 5 players stationed up close, just ready to round the corner. But while this is happening, MSH is refueling the Viper toxins. It's not going to be an easy way in. There are 4 players on the other side.
Taking their time though, as he's trying to force it in towards Snowman. Pixel Lumina just hold the wall, and full box 200 are essentially the creators of their own demise. They're the ones who forced themselves through their own smokes. And yeah, I feel as if maybe that one far too cheap in my opinion.
Yeah, and not creating map-wide pressure. So the idea that they freeze there is futile. We've seen already Pixel Lumina comfortable on their A retake now, playing as a team. The round count, I mean, 6 from 7 says it all. One off the pit, lockdown available on both sides. Cryo has the Empress, but you don't feel like it could make too much of a difference. Already been red hot, but we require more if they're to see this over the line.
Let's see it, full box 200 then. I mean, all it takes is 2 rounds, but it's been a long way since we've even had since we had the first. Trying to hide themselves behind the wall, a pause, hoping someone peeks them, but they're getting nothing. And this is what Pixel Lumina are good at. Just waiting, being patient. As Cryo and the team finally make their way through, it's towards screens and we'll see the rest of Pixel Lumina try and stand tall, but from rafters, MSH stands tall.
Brilliant from MSH. Bravo has an Odin here as well. You can spam through the screen. He's not in a position to do so. Pit in play. And Cryo outside of it as things stand. Just looking to see if he can pick off a straggler. Bravo sending warning shots, but it's Cryo's time to shine.
Up close and personal. A little angle, off angle towards CT. Bravo doesn't even know how close that player, that Reyna actually is, as he backs away. Finally the players come through, but it's a combination, or at least that's what you thought, with Kyle being so close. Instead it's Bravo to pick up the last remaining 2 and drop that pit, and drop the lead down to 2. It's getting closer and closer between full box 200 and Pixel Lumina.
There's barely anything in it, but full box 200 are on the ropes now. This is fantastic from MSH. demonstrating his mechanical skill, showing exactly why he was considered for that Zero Tenacity project at the start of the year, and seeming to have landed on his feet in this Pixel Lumina side. On the road to recovery, on the mend. Outlaw bought by Sticks, looking to salt the wound of Fullbox. Timing on the op is off for the first. How many more chances is Maniac gonna get?
Oh, Sticks' Outlaw did not hit, and as the players in towards the sides, Kajux just continues on! 3 in the round. Finally, it's finally a round where we're seeing Kajux activate once again. Nosebleed will note the flank, spike down. Oh.
Yeah, leaves a sour note on the round. Furiosa has got us back to scheduled programming, and Kajux is going to get a quad here. Surely no. Bravo has deleted him. Can he win yet another? 2 players in front, but Wingman in play.
It's a problem. Bravo now gets up close, probably to force player out. They both will need to come and try and swing at the same time. And now that's Solomon forced all the way back. He needs to try and win a 1 versus 1. The Wingman's working on the spike. Titan's getting low, and Bravo will have it. A round in which Fullbox 200 had it as an almost certainty, but it's Bravo, the Gecko, on this defense side that's showing up when needed.
I thought Kajux had done everything, but Bravo, take a bow, son. What a play. Another multi-kill back into the A site. And with the Thrash online, it's one of a few ultimates that Pixel Lumina have now to close this game. It's their game to close, Cairo. That's how it feels. Because Fullbox have fallen asleep at the wheel. They were coasting.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And maybe that's what it is. It is coasting. Asleep now in the second half. They can't seem to wake up.
Early engagement. Utility traded in the A choke, but this is the round where you want to get off to a good start if you're Fullbox, because there are 4 donuts on the left side. There's barely any money beneath them. Pixel Lumina in a position to put up match point.
You've got to be considering though, what happens on the retake. What is the next step if they can get the site?
It looks like Pixel Lumina are just going to lean into this heavy B setup again, potentially. They're lacking the info, though.
Oh, they've got it now. And well, as this was about to say, the lockdown in pocket will easily be used by Almo as soon as it comes in. And well, they've even found Almo here, but with that being said, the lockdown destroyed, it's the attacker lockdown instead that's going to buy more space. MSH, he gets his, and well, on top of that, the Thrash doesn't pick up anybody and doesn't detain anyone. So a 4 versus 3, which Fullbox 200 are at the advantage of.
They should convert from this position as well.
That they have.
And there you go.
Massive stuff. Finally, we've got someone on map point. Because if I didn't find Fullbox 200 on map point first, I feel as if it would have been lost.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And that was the last chance to take 12 in my eyes until you go to round 24. Pixel Lumina, the ones put through their paces. 6 successive rounds, still not enough. The second half continues, but for how much longer? Mid-aggression is levied.
And on top of that, you've also got to consider, right? After that, that was 2 big ultimates that were pushed in, forced in. And well, another round where a big one is used. This one with a Viper's Pit in it, a defensive ultimate that's used on A. But there's still so many bodies towards that side of the map for both teams. As a strike force heads towards B, and Almo needs to be careful with at such a forward position. Doesn't get caught off guard, but he's now known about.
And has no real way to disengage from Yellow. Tento's down, taking the fights, only winning 1 of them, but with Kajux dead, it feels almost like a weight has been lifted from Pixel Lumina's shoulders. A one-player advantage, but still spread very thin. The change-up in macro from Fullbox on these last couple of rounds has left gaps in the defense, and so onto the B site they go, and there's nobody there to defend it.
Oh,
what are you doing,
Bravo? Where are we going? And now we're brought back to the 2 versus 2. You look at the post plan. There's 2 mollies. There's 2 flashes to set players up into a fight. And Pixel Lumina are coming in through mid. Both players.
Early turret contact. Cryo has the blinds to just drag this down to a crawl, but Pixel Lumina don't have the time. The third man on the attack side is playing against them right now. It's the clock. Those grains of sand hitting the bottom of the hourglass through his own smoke. MSH will go, and it will drop behind Styx, who can't survive them. 13-10, just before the very end of Icebox. It is Fullbox 200 that end up taking it. I mean, it took way longer than it ever needed to, but they do get the win in the end. A nice recovery attempt from Pixel Lumina, confidence built, but also confidence shattered with that first half.
Yeah, I mean that one. There's going to need to be a lot of VOD review. I don't think I want to see Icebox again from Pixel Lumina for a long time, considering how that attack went. But maybe, as we said, first best of one, momentum is not something that you want to take place in these best of ones. You want it to be nice and even. And yeah, it just went so far against Pixel Lumina here. Couple of rounds where shots missed, micro mistakes, and this is maybe where we kind of introduced that conversation from Cooper, talking about how hard it is sometimes to come into the upper Swiss fresh off the back of whatever. And on top of that, a further conversation that like the top teams have been having about the Masters buy that people get in towards playoffs. It's not looking good, it's not looking great, and Pixel Lumina leave a lot to be desired on the server.
Yeah, at the same time though, I'm glad that we did see the Pixel Lumina that we remember show up in that second half and not just roll over for Fullbox, which I said it was a possibility. Are the one team today coming in as underdogs perhaps that actually did show up massively, especially with the first half performance, because I mean it's not too often that you see a team post that kind of a half against Pixel Lumina, but actually on Icebox it is a little bit more regular. A very targeted pick from them, especially when you consider the fact they'd only played the map themselves once before. So good preparation, good execution. Few things to work on. I don't think they'll be happy with that second half performance, but they got the job done, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Hazza. I think at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters in this Swiss stage is not how you get the results, is that you get the results, right? And you keep charging forward. You warm up into the series. I think as well, though, there's only so far that play style will maybe work for Fullbox 200. Sure, it maybe works the first couple of times, but again, not to be that guy, but if that's an enterprise or if that's a team Liquid Academy and they can shoot back, I feel as if there was gaps there that could be manipulated, and then you start to introduce other things like the momentum of the economy and the momentum of the ultimate economy. So yeah, I think a more well-drilled side will maybe have a bit of an easier time against Fullbox 200, but Pixel Lumina today, yeah, I think they will feel a little hard done by with how they came into this game.
For sure, but there's no time to feel sorry for yourselves. It is an unrelenting gauntlet that we have here in Challengers Northeast, the Swiss system, and the best of ones. We know how it can be sometimes, but I think Fullbox 200 really approached the task with the right mindset. That's perhaps why they succeeded where some of the other teams today failed. You think of preparation being so key. I mean, already Cupid spoke about it earlier. We said it with Boar's formulation, with it being a repeat, but it felt like just even the adjustments that you got from formulation were what was expected of a team of their quality or perhaps stature within the system. So that's what we end up getting.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But with that being said, Hazza, that's us done for today. All 4 best of ones have been done. We can have a look at the results of it. I guess the biggest surprise for me would be that last game. Everything else has been pretty much a straightforward day.
Yeah, I think so, but with the lightning quick lower Swiss MVP, maybe there was a chance. And I think Pixel Lumina out of those teams were the ones I was maybe just a little bit less sure of. And as I said before, their track record in these Swiss systems hasn't been the best. They went down to the decider game in the first stage to make it into Upper Swiss before they eventually went on the kind of run that put them in a playoff position and ultimately top 4. But one step at a time. The best of ones are not their favorite, but even if they were to, say, go 0-2, maybe they get a bad draw. They're going up against like a Detti Elise that are hanging around there 0-1 right now. No easy task to play against Enterprise, of course, in your first game in a best of 1, no less. There are dangerous teams. There are dangerous teams in this league, and I don't think we can immediately write off any of the newbies here either, because while they've made their debut, you've just got to learn one step at a time, and sometimes it's that terrible loss that you take at the start, which is a quick realization required, and hopefully they can get back to it.
Well, that's the fingers crossed, right? And I think as well, like in a way, this feels like a step up. This is like moving from League One into the Championship, and the Premiership is still yet to come in terms of challengers, EMEA. There's always another team, a bigger fish to go and fry, and for a lot of these teams, they felt that today. Then now we look towards the further games, as you've already mentioned, the 0-1, the 1-0 games, and getting that depth of the region and finding out where we truly lie. It's going to be exciting. Hopefully the draw will be out soon in terms of who plays who, and we can get a look at the games that we can get excited about.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't get to do like a live draw or anything. I would have got my suit out for it. We would have had a great time, the little tokens and everything, the tickets, but you're going to need to keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned to the socials if you want to know how exactly the lay of the land is. Following on to the games that we've got coming up, there are 9 more days of Swiss for you all, or 8, I suppose now, right? As we move forward, that ends on the 22nd, I believe it is, and then we head to the playoffs on July 26th. So just a couple of weeks away, man. Plenty to be looking forward to. But that's all from myself and yourself, Cairo. What are your closing statements after what we've seen today?
Business as usual. There has definitely a gap in quality in terms of the teams that we have and the teams that are coming up, and that's not meant disrespectfully. That's just meant in terms of this is just where we stand, right? A lot of new faces that I'm excited to see develop, and a face which I think a couple of faces that could probably go back in the kind of development stage. Right now, I'm excited to see how the region develops, but I'm not surprised by the results that we have seen here today.
And I'm just excited to share the casting desk with you. It's been a great day, Cairo. I appreciate you as always, man. Jokes aside, love you, bro. All right, that's enough from... why are you pulling a weird face?
Bro, why are you simping on
I was trying to be nice.
I was trying to be nice.
All right, screw you, man. Screw you. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Look, in fact, we're not going to be back for a while now, actually.
I know, mate.
So
that's crazy.
We'll see what happens when the playoffs come back around, but it's been an absolute pleasure as always to take you through all of the games. For anyone still watching, I love you too. All right, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon. Good night, guys.
Spike down. 30 seconds left.
sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I can touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Nigga ball up top finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it,